Welcome to the Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Canna Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show. I think today we're going to be in Earth Awakening's Discord server, so hopefully it won't kick off too badly. We'll see how it goes.
Just got through first 15 minutes.
That's about what I got through.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm ready for Witsit, man.
He just doesn't prove Earth is flat at all.
No, I didn't expect that from him either, you know?
He went right into the ether. Right into it in his opening statement. He got to the ether. Toroidal fields and ether. Yep.
Well, I just got to the part where he started talking, and I hopped into the server here because I saw you guys here. But I guess I'm going to listen for a couple more minutes until the show starts.
Yeah, it's the flower of the universe.
The flower of the universe?
Love.
Yeah. Geometry, everything, even on a quantum level.
Oh, yeah. I think
that's Witsit for you, man.
Exactly. If you book a magician, you expect to get magic tricks. If you book Witsit, you expect to get ether.
Yeah.
And the guy that he's debating, or whoever's hosting the show, I mean, it is InfoWars, so it is a big thing, the platform, right? We can agree with that. But the guy's proof that Earth is a sphere is because the moon is a sphere. I mean, come on.
Makes sense.
We're going into the land of, Mr. Toys today.
Welcome.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
you
be
are
on
in
my
the
best
Earth
behavior.
Awakening server, Neil. You're
We're in
already
there right
here,
now,
brother.
no way. I'm gonna be on my best behavior today.
We got to make you a friggin' dignitary, man.
Hey, Refracted, did you see that InfoWars Witsit thing yet?
No.
Oh, boy, we need to hear it.
Oh, I like Witsit.
Yeah, but come on, man. Everything else you got no problem with, but come right out and declare that Earth is flat. End the story. Do all your debunking and show how the globe don't work later, but stamp it. I guarantee if he would have did that first and laid out how Earth is measured flat, That guy would have came back and asked him to tell him more about that
He
than
did.
all the other nonsense he talked about.
He half said it halfway through, so all I tend to do when I get sent videos like that is spin to the middle and just get a general impression of what it's like once it's rolling, if you know what I mean. So that was what I did, scrub to the middle and listen to the first thing that came out of Witsit's mouth. And for the 20 seconds that I listened, I got Witsit saying, "We know Earth's flat because it's measured," and then it faded into nothing. So he almost said it halfway through.
Oh, okay.
Which is a shame. It almost like, from what I could see in his eyes, it's almost like he had a realization of what he was saying and stopped himself. So it became a fading fact rather than a bold assertion that you could move forward on the front foot with right at the beginning. It's buried in the middle with him fading as he says it. But there we go. That's why we're here.
Right. That's my point. Like you said yesterday, if you get that strong position and hold that, you stamp that first. Then whatever else you want to talk about, fine. But you stamp the approval that Earth is flat, and then they're going to inquire. Not if you're half-hearted, though.
Yeah, but we've grown up in a society where you're taught to berate people that say that, or believe that. Yes, people. Sorry, hold on.
While John's sorting himself out, the Earth Awakenings server may or may not be aware why we're continually coming here, especially as we don't get the warmest reception from this particular server. So, with that being said, there's a couple of people on the panel from Flat Earth Debate that wanted to know why. Let's just put it broadly. And my attitude was, I don't care. I'm only there to make sure that they understand that there's a change in attitude where we are. And then hopefully by example, we can show that change in attitude, which has just been quite admirably demonstrated by Neil in terms of his critique of Witsit, which is to say, we should be on the front foot. We should be the ones moving forward with the positive assertion that Earth is measured flat. Now, for those of you that don't like us being here, perfectly reasonable. Not everybody's going to like everybody. But my motivation is to make friends and influence with you guys. That is to say, get you on our side, rather than quiz you about why you're not fighting the good fight, which is the attitude from my panel when they said, well, when we go back, we'll find out why they're not, quote unquote, fighting the good fight, and ask them where they went wrong. Where's their past? I don't care. My only objective, in other words, if you hate me being here, fine. You can get rid of me by just listening and taking on board a very valid point that will benefit you, which is to say that on the front foot, you're far stronger than on the back foot. And being on the front foot for a flat earther is to make your positive assertion first. Lay the first punch. That's why I'm here. So the quicker that is sort of understood, the quicker I can bugger off and leave you all to it so you don't have to put up with us. Because I know that some of you, I don't know, all of you, but some of you don't like us being here. Fine. Yeah? I don't care. So long as I can influence you enough to appreciate the benefit of what we're saying. And if it's the case that each time we leave, they're like, no, they still don't recognise the benefit, I'll just keep coming back until I'm told I can no longer welcome at all by the people who own and run the server. But until that point, the people who are hostile towards us, you're going to be dealing with this until my message is drummed home, unfortunately. That's my only objective, and I'm kind of blinkered to everything else. So making friends and influencing you in this server, if you are one of the people that don't want to see her, is like, accept your fate. I'm going to be here till I can make friends and influence you. Because there's a benefit for the greater good, if you will. The whole of this subject will benefit from us moving forward on the front foot, rather than defending globe claims on the back foot. Going to become more and more obvious the more and more times we come and just bang the same drum each time we get here. Ideally, it won't be, we're so sick of hearing it, we'll parrot it off verbatim just to get rid of you, because it genuinely has a benefit for everyone.
What would you
Yeah. Well,
say? Okay,
on,
go
John.
ahead. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Adam.
All right, I'll make it quick. I was just gonna say, what would you say you would like? Um, what would you like? What's the first thing that you would like to hear from another flat earther when they're talking to a glober?
That they know it's flat and can show how it's flat by way of measurement. That's how we deal with Earth. Currently, we have a lot of flat Earth believers. And when a flat earther's dealing with a glober, they need to be telling that globe believer that their belief is based on the measurements they understand as a flat earther.
I say it as measure flat, calculate imaginary globe.
Precisely.
well, even the calculations require a plane of reference, so they don't even have that. That's one of the things we're pointing out.
There will be
Because they
multiple
fail at
points in the
step
globe
one.
plane that require a horizontal plane of reference, or Earth to be physically measured as a flat plane. That'll happen multiple times, because it is. That's how it's dealt with. Now, Witsit can punt whatever he likes, right? Now, if he gains popularity punting ether, then it is the ether that has gained the popularity, not the flat Earth. In the same way, there are Christians out there that accept, based on biblical literature, that Earth is flat. They accept it and move on with whatever their rhetoric is that's aside from a flat Earth. Now, it seems that, from what I can gather, Witsit is detaching himself from this subject because he has a different subject to promote. Now, whether or not he is a accepted, paid and true flat earther when he's out promoting something that isn't flat Earth, it's almost inconsequential to his claim, because it's a part and parcel of an electric universe heliocentric claim to begin with. It's been adapted to flat Earth. So the flat Earth bit's not really that consequential.
What's the first thing that they're going to tell me when I say something like, it's measured flat?
I say, no, it isn't. It's
That's
measured
cool.
globe-shaped. You go, okay, show me.
Nuh-uh. No, they
No,
won't.
yeah.
They'll say
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's
Hold
all
on,
globe.
before you say it's measured
they
flat,
won't.
you better know how.
They'll say, of course it's measured flat because it's so big.
Maybe.
That's the
All
response
things
they'll
that I
get,
have heard, yeah.
because they know the measurements. They know the measurements are of a flat plane. They know that.
The ones that know how it's measured know that, and just justify it in their own cognitive dissonance mind as being, oh, okie dokie, yeah, we'll measure it flat, but that's just because it's so globe-shaped. Obviously. That's what they'll tell themselves. Okay. All I focus on is, so you know it's measured flat. Because it has to be. It's easier that way. I've heard that one too.
It's measured flat because it will be inappropriate to measure for curvature.
Exactly. It would be inappropriate at a small scale, with Earth being so ball-shaped, to not measure it flat. Well, we'd have to. It's only reasonable that we measure it flat because of its severe globe shape. This is absurd. But if you know how Earth's measured, you know it's measured flat. And you'll just have to justify that as a globe believer, or nuh-uh, if you don't know it.
Well, it puts them in an interesting conundrum, because they can't say level is curving, because then they throw out Earth curve math. They can't invoke Earth curve math without a horizontal plane of reference, either eye level or sea level, and both need to be parallel.
Yep.
So they're in a conundrum.
Horizontal is zero slope, which is an important part because, the idea of slope in itself matters to the idea of a globe.
And requires horizontal to describe it. It's a deviation from the horizontal.
Which is why I measure flat and calculate imaginary globe.
Yeah. But we're offering up advanced heliocentric knowledge, which we don't have to offer, at the point that we can say we can actually advance your globe knowledge because we know the origins of the measurements that previously we charged you with justifying the begging the question thereof in the form of an R value. We're not doing that anymore. Now we know where R came from. It came from a flat Earth measurement. Now I'm not interested in your justification for what we assumed was a begging the question fallacy in your superimposition of a globe value that you got from a flat plane. Now I know you got it from a flat plane. All bets are off. Earth was measured flat for your globe belief. I don't care what you think anymore, globe believer. You're just a believer. Me, I know it's measured flat for you and for me. Be a bit bullshit.
Once you know
That's
it's
what I
measured-
want. Just to answer the question, I'm sorry, I've cut you off 3 times, John. Just what I want is people on our side, flat earthers, to know what's what. To start laying down a bit of smack, because we've had to deal with it for 10 years from our opponents treating us like absolute bottom of the barrel slime. And we don't deserve that, first and foremost, as people. But further to that, when people start to challenge that which we know to be true and can prove, we should be a bit bullshit about it. Righteous indignation. That's what I expect moving forward. What do you mean, ball? What, you mean after measuring it flat? Why are you an idiot? Isn't necessary, but it's what we've had for 10 years. Just tell them it's flat, and that's how it's measured. Righteous indignation if they start to challenge you with nutters, or, well, it's only because it's so big. Really? So you know it's measured flat then. What more do I need to say? Those are the measurements. You got any globe measurements? No, I've been doing this 10 years. I know there aren't any. They all come from flat earth origins. So indignation.
And we appreciate that.
Yeah, once
Go ahead, Refracted.
I'm sorry. I was going to say, once you know something, right, what you don't know can't contradict what you do know. So you immediately have to go to the special pleading fallacy of it's so big, it's flat, which is a special pleading fallacy. Because you know it's flat. You just measured it that way. That's what measure means, to know. So they've just lost all respect for the plane of reference that they've taken their measurements from. And then they still use it, but they ignore that they use it. And we just need to be pointing it out more.
Yeah. And when we do, in the last 2 sessions, we've got the same reaction from people who are on the globe. Bacon was one example yesterday, or not yesterday, last week. It's like, okay, I accept that we've got to measure it flat. Can we just get past that so that you can answer a question? What, get past the bit I win when you accept the fairly inevitable and obvious fact that you will be measuring Earth flat with these angles? Yeah, but let's just get past that. You know, they give a really tacit acceptance. Yeah, but let's get past that immediately. I don't care how tacit your acceptance is. I win. Earth measured flat for your example. The rest of the tosh that goes along with this subject matter, feasts of nonsense or otherwise, can be immediately disregarded. Well, if I accept that I have to measure it flat for this flat angle I'm using in my example, can we move forward with a question for me? Why? At that point, we prove Earth's measured flat. You're the one doing it with your globe bloody example. I don't need to go any further. I've proven Earth's measured flat. So what, I need to answer questions about navigation, do I, once you accept that your example needs it to be flat? No, it needs to be flat, doesn't it? Game over.
I think that's what Brian was so upset about the other day. Was that they kept going on? You know, like sometimes it's just they fail at the beginning, they fail at step 1, and some places you can just keep going. You know, as a glober.
Yeah, if we can just accept and move past the fact we measure it flat, I can prove it's a globe. No, we won't move past the fact we must measure it flat. That's the end of the discussion. But I can use that flat Earth measurement to make a globe, so let me move past this quickly so no one notices how flat we've measured it for a globe. No, we won't be doing that. That's why I'm doing this tour, that's why I'm in this server, despite the fact that I know I'm not liked here, particularly.
And the key thing with that was you never let Bacon go forward with that nonsense. You held him right there. We agree it's flat, end the story. Bye-bye.
Yep.
I'm not calling it the best possible argument for nothing. You can get your globe opponent to concede your section of this argument because it will be contained within their own argument for a globe. Win-win. Once you understand this argument, your opponent will fold every single time you hear a trigger word that points out that they're using a horizontal plane of reference to make their globe claim, or they mention an angle. You'll start pricking your ears up. What angle would that be? I wonder. Contextually, we can spot it without them having to define what angle they're talking about. We know immediately that they'll need a flat Earth for it. I'm not expecting that from anybody we go around saying, no, you need to know Earth's measured flat, because it is. Your opponents will be telling it you too, with justifications for why they measure it flat, because it's so bloody globe-shaped. Just hear what you're actually hearing, measured flat, by them and us. And that's how the world is. Now that, for some, might shatter the illusions that they had when they just had a flat Earth belief, and it was far more whimsical and fantastical. No, it's much more simple than you actually thought. It's just measured that way. It's just dealt with that way and navigated that way and built on that way. And you, as a flat earther, if you're going to be in this discussion forum, need to know that and point it out immediately on the front foot with a bit of assertion and a bit of confidence and a bit of knowing. Because you do and they don't. They're just believers, and you need to know that when you're in this discussion. You know, they just believe. And what they believe is based on what you know in terms of how it's measured.
It is that easy, it is that simple. And I think that that's a big part of it, is that to fight that simplicity and obviousness is almost insulting to the core.
Sometimes things seem too good to be true, too easy to be justifiable. And because they're so simplistic, they breeze past most people, so that when the opponent says, oh, well, let's just breeze past it too, unless you stop them and go, no, what, my win? Breeze past my win, so you can use my win because that's what you've been doing for 10 years, using the flat Earth measurements to claim your globe with. So what, we'll just carry on as normal, even though I'm pointing out that you're using flat Earth measurements to make your globe claim with? No, we won't whistle past it, that's the point. But they have been, because they haven't changed. They're still using flat Earth measurements they've been using for 10 years to claim we're stupid. It's an outrage. We need to know it.
Hell yeah. No swearing.
Nobody swore, did they?
I said hell yeah, and I said no swearing.
Oh, fair enough.
Nathan, what do you think about Foucault's pendulum?
It's excellent. Brilliant. Ties them to their two reference frames, which I find very useful.
Does it make a flower of life pattern on the ground?
Who cares? The pendulum, a pendulum, doesn't make a flower. No. Why would you ask that? To say that a pendulum makes a flower of life is to defy the principle of a pendulum. A pendulum moves back and forth. Only back and forth. That's all it does. Now, if you assert that the pendulum's knocking dominoes over, it's not because pendulums suddenly define their base principle of moving back and forth only. It's because it's claimed that there's a second reference frame turning beneath them to create the not actual deflection of the pendulum. That would be to say it's a Coriolis drift in a globe claim where Earth turns underneath the pendulum to knock the dominoes over. So Earth turns underneath stuff then, like planes and drones, and you if you jump up and down, and snipers fire, and footballs like Neil deGrasse Tyson example. Earth turns underneath stuff. We'd notice it would shorten flight times when travelling west, because Earth would be turning underneath them. That doesn't happen. But it's nice that they can tie themselves to the two reference frames that someone like Simon Dan might come along and tell me are ruined. What, the globe's claim of two of them is ruined, Dan? Yeah, the Foucault pendulum ties them to their actual claim on the globe that there's two reference frames, with Earth turning underneath the other one. That the fixed frame is for the pendulum, swinging back and forth only, because that's what pendulums do. Do they make a flower of life, to answer your question? No, that's not what pendulums do.
Well, where do you get the plane of reference to describe rotation with anyway?
You'll need a flat Earth for that.
Moving pendulum proves that a pendulum can move. Congrats.
Come again? Pendulum can what? Well, I was asked about pendulums making a flower of life, which is just, that sounds like a really crazy question to be asked. But it's
I
obviously
thought it
linked
was
to something.
interesting. That's all. No, I just thought I wondered what you thought about it.
Well, you must have a reason. It's like saying, are you aware of the idea that bicycle wheels can be used to slice bacon? You're like, what? No, I don't think that's possible. I think it's stupid. Why would you ask? Oh, I'm just interested what you've got to say about bicycle wheels chopping bacon. No, you must be asking for a reason.
Because I think it's interesting. Somebody told me that's the pattern it makes, and I was like, oh, I didn't know that. I've never done it myself, so I don't know. But if it is, then I think that's super interesting. So I wondered what you thought about it.
Pendulums don't do that. Just Google pendulum and see what it
Listen to
says.
Foucault.
Foucault
Right.
pendulum doesn't do that. No pendulum does this, right? They say it does it. Okay, I'll take them at their face value so I can annihilate their claim of 2 reference frames. In other words, I will take as read that they claim there's 2 reference frames for what they claim is a deviation, not actual deviation. It's not doing a flower of life. It's a pendulum. It's only moving back and forth. That's all it can do. But if you're saying there's a not actual deviation of the pendulum as the Earth turns underneath, then the Earth turns underneath, I'll take it as read. That doesn't mean I believe for 1 second that pendulums do anything other than what they do. But they say that they drift at 15 degrees an hour as Earth turns underneath. Not me. I'll just go, okay, so Earth's turning underneath footballs and sniper fire and aeroplanes and drones and helicopters and hot air balloons. No, it isn't. Because that debunks their claim. What are they going to do then? Say you and your reference frames are ruined? What, my reference frames that you say are turning underneath the pendulum? Simon Dan, you clown, who doesn't understand the effect that the globe claims. 2 reference frames that apparently are ruined when he shows me there isn't any drift. Well, then there isn't any drift proving Earth spinning, then, is there?
Also, you'll need a radius value and a flat plane. So you need the radius value of a flat plane for turning.
Yeah, axial rotation requires an axis with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That's how these things are described. Again, yet another example where all roads lead to a flat Earth, and the claim of axial rotation, 15 degrees an hour turning of a ball Earth, requires a flat plane to describe it.
Yeah, that's another key word too, that degrees. When they say degrees.
Well, you have to be careful though, because it has to be with respect to Earth, right? Because if you just start saying it on the term degree, you could get caught out. But anything that is in reference to Earth needs Earth to be flat.
Don't mention
That's
the
correct.
90.
With an axis, I suppose, don't mention 90 does apply.
So don't mention the 0.
It's just riddles. Like any globe claim, they will all reference a flat Earth at some point. This is no exception. So it's not like don't mention the 90s. Don't mention the 90s is a reference to the baseline in celestial navigation when taking elevation angles. Why don't mention 90? Well, because when you measure the angle to Polaris, for the sake of argument, what you're putting below Polaris is a 90 on the ground, at the ground position. 90 to what? Well, to you. That means that for it to be 90, that's perpendicular to the line up to Polaris from the ground. To you, the ground must be flat. It can't not be, otherwise 90 isn't establishable at the point below Polaris. It's the very fundamental basis of the navigation system that we use when we use this methodology to derive distances, plot latitudes, do anything to do with mapping. You must have a flat baseline for the 90 below the star that you're measuring in all examples. Flat Earth is fundamentally required. Now, if you've got a surface that curves away from you, 90 is not achievable. It defies the base premise of this navigation structure, and they don't have one, and it's a fundamental requirement. Earth must be flat to do it. Don't mention 90 because you haven't got one, globe believer. And you'll need one to do a baseline with 90 degrees below the star. So don't mention 90s in reference to that.
So I
Or even the gravity.
crossed the two references, but there's still proofs, just two different proofs. I like it.
They're the same. They're both referring to the horizontal plane of reference for the axis and the horizontal plane of reference for the baseline. So I did say at the start, it is applicable. You could say don't mention 90 when you're talking about axial rotation. Because what's the axis? 90 degrees to the horizontal? Yeah, it will be, to describe the rotation rates, the degrees per hour. Everything else is in reference to a flat plane. Like all roads that globe believers tread, they all start with a flat Earth origin.
Like gravity. Gravity is a downward vector with respect to a horizontal plane. Well, whether
So
you
down is
believe
from
Earth
flat.
is an inertial plane and there's a dielectric force pulling things down, or you accept that some things go up, some things go down, some things remain neutral. Either way, it requires a horizontal plane of reference. So the ballers don't get to discuss this idea that they've called gravity because they lost their seat at the table.
That's correct. No more seats for you. Now, if you want to talk about in and out, then you could talk about your globe. But there is no up and down for you, buddy.
Anyway, now the room's a bit fuller. For those of you who didn't hear me earlier, appeal to you guys that we're trying to get on your side. That is to say, we're trying to make friends with you so we can influence you in terms of some of these arguments, specifically the requirement for a flat Earth to be measured. Not necessarily flat Earth to be measured for globe claims. That's an advanced version of what I'm hoping to just leave with you guys. Now, if the hostility is to continue, it's not going to faze me. In other words, having listened back to the last time I was here, it seemed like attack after attack after attack on me was endured, only for me to get told off for calling somebody a scumbag. And it's like, okay, clearly we're not that welcome. But there we go. It doesn't alter my motivation. And hopefully those of you that are hostile towards us will warm to us a little bit when you realise our motivations, our intent, our reason for being here is true. It's good. It's just. It's for your benefit. There are no ulterior motives. We're not trying to take anything away from you. And at the point that we go, wow, this whole room is under the now understanding, not belief that Earth is flat. Wow, our job's done. We can bugger off. We don't need to be here anymore. So unless it gets so hostile that literally the owners of the server can't tolerate us being here, we're just going to keep coming back until we're all singing like a beautiful choir under the understanding that you don't need to believe in flat Earth anymore. It's measured that way, and it's measured that way for all, including their claims of a globe. So that's the drum we're banging. I've said it every time I've come in thus far. I'm putting more intonation on it now because of the hostility last time we came, because it's not what any of us really need. We all need to be singing from the same hymn sheet on the front foot going, Earth's measured flat, in an indignant way, given the treatment we've all suffered. We're all in that boat. We've all got the same bruises, right? Well, if we're going to swim back to the boat and mob it, the big massive boat of the globe Earth, that is, metaphorically speaking, we need to do it with a bit of gusto, on the front foot, on the attack. There you go. That's why I'm here. I just want to make it clear for those of you that don't want us here, because now you know. You're like, oh, okay, fine. Oh, and please don't swear in 10 minutes when we go live. when the show actually starts, please don't swear. That's it.
It's interesting that both sides measure it as flat, but we're attacked for stating it.
Yep, that's the bottom line. Yeah, so we should be telling
That's
them where they
strange.
need
That's
us
a
on a
strange
flat
thought
Earth.
to me.
There you go, whoever that was in Discord.
Now you go ahead.
One more time, Adam.
I was gonna say we didn't do it. We didn't make it flat. We didn't make it a globe. We didn't do anything like that. We just noticed that it is absolutely not what we're told from like 100 different ways at once.
Yeah. But that's something also I want to get away from, Adam, if I'm honest, as much as I don't want to decry your point, which is good. Yeah. Okay, we used to have a belief. It's kind of like saying I'm an ex-smoker. It's like, just don't put cigarettes in your mouth anymore. That's it. You don't have to tell people that you used to be a smoker. You don't have to tell people that you used to believe in the globe. It's more that having the attitude that you don't need to address any of their nonsense. And if you end up in a position where you are, again, righteous indignation, you're using our measurements. Why are we even having this? You know what I mean? That's the attitude. But in your
What you're
calm
saying,
demeanor, in a kind of place of peace, where you know it's not a globe now. I don't know about you, Adam. It's probably been 5 years for someone like yourself, I don't doubt. But you know now. It's like, okay, move on past the liar. You've divorced yourself from the evil ex-wife. You don't need any. You got no kids with her. You don't need to keep contacting her or appealing to the fact that you were married to her previously. You move on with your life. Now, your life as a flat earther is a knowing and an understanding of how it's actually dealt with, so that you can move past the conspiratorial beliefs and the arguments with believers in a globe. You know, I want to put an end to that. And the only way to do it is to put people in a position where they know that they're in the authority. They're in the winning position, that their belief is no longer necessary and that their understanding trumps their opponent's belief. And furthermore, their opponent's beliefs based on your understanding of how it's measured. Anyway, I'm just repeating myself now.
So what you're saying is, you know, the studied time has been done. It's time to change the world.
I'll not even change the world. In many ways, on the Flat Earth Debate Show, when I'm appealing to the audience, I'm saying you might fit in one or two categories, right? I don't think we're ever going to change the world in terms of how Flat Earth Debate or the Earth Awakenings Discord server are going to attack the Western world society in their belief of a globe Earth. It is a religion. It is the Western world religion, and therefore it's the prominent religion. And you're not going to talk those people out of their religion. We know we've been doing it for 10 years. So what can we offer? Well, we can offer the people who do come here with a bit of a scratching of a head going, what's going on here then? Seems like there might be something awry. Well, yeah, there is. It's measured flat. Now, if that is enough, once you understand it, of course, for you to go, oh, right. So what I'm told in the religion of heliocentrism is wrong, to your point, Adam. But I only know that because I know what is true and right in terms of its measurements. That person might just get on with their day and have the quiet, wry smile, as opposed to frown, when they chat along with other globe believers in the current Western world religion. They might just get on with their day generally and not care to want to convert people. They just know better. Many people know better about many things that they discuss with the average random Joe that they run into in their daily life. But they don't necessarily spend all day correcting random Joe about his wrong nonsense. Most people have got better things to do, and that is the case universally. Therefore, I would suggest that people who come here to my show, not necessarily Earth Awakenings, would go away with that option. You can just get on with it now. You know it's flat. We've shown you and proven it with beyond all doubt. You don't need to do anything else. You can just get on with your life. You might be that person that said, well, what difference does it make to me, even if I absolutely knew? Well, that's for you to ponder. Now you absolutely know. Yeah, that's option one. Option two is, well, I want to change the world. I want to correct people when they get it wrong. I want to show them how they've been deceived. Open their eyes to the truth. Red pill them. Okay. Well, then you better know everything there is to know about this discussion. Now, for me, I just reference them back to my old shows and go, yeah, watch your way through some of the old shows, listen to the old discussion points, see how they've been developed, and then just watch the shows regularly, and you'll get a really good grasp of how the arguments go. And then you can arm yourself with the tools that are used in those arguments. But that's not going to come quick. Also, smash the super chat when you're doing it, because I do have lights to keep on. But you will be able to do it at the end of the process, but you're going to have to, like anything, learn how to do it. You don't have to. You don't have to change the world. You don't have to overcome the evil Western world religion of heliocentrism. You don't have to do that.
Nah, I like changing the world. I like it. Thank you for all the help. But I
But
like it. It feels like it's too true. It's too true and too insulting a lie to exist for as long. I always say that the globe is made to break, was made to break, and I think it is. And I think that all of us, every server that we go to, every server that I go to, you know, we all kind of it's a tide, and we're changing it.
and if you view it that way, that's fantastic. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't view it that way. I've got a show dedicated to the subject daily. Obviously, I see it that way. But you've got to learn the subject inside out and back to front to be able to overcome objections that hand wave your understanding. Now, because you understand it, know it, and can show it, and can measure it, and can prove it to yourself, doesn't mean you're going to convert next man who's got a deep-seated belief in this flat Earth being nonsense and the globe being true. They will hand wave your stuff, and you've got to be able to overcome their arguments. And even when you do, there's a good chance you'll go around in the same circle 20 times. You've all seen it. So, you're going to be fraught with failure when it comes to converting what are essentially fundamentalist zealots. Well, if you want to go on your pilgrimage for flat Earth, then more power to you. I'm still here doing it, beating the same drum. I'm all for it. I'm right behind you, and I'll offer you as many tools as I can, along with our fantastic panel that make the tools and sharpen the tools for me to give them out, if you know what I mean.
I appreciate it. Get the show started. I know you got to.
Yeah, we're good. We've got 60 seconds.
Yeah, Nathan, get the show started.
I know what I'm doing.
Well, it may not change the world.
Go on, John.
It may not change the world directly, but we can always be a small wave lapping at the ship of state that alters its course slightly. And if there's enough of us, then yeah, we could.
Hello. Morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome. It's nice to be here. Any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Elevation is from level. It's in the word.
Yeah, shh. Don't mention 90. So in the pre-show, we were discussing not only the hostility that we have received to a certain extent in this particular server, but also the reason we're in the server, which is to demonstrate to the people who are most important. You are the movers and shakers of this server. The flat earthers who are in here fighting the good fight. We want you to have the best possible tools to do so with. That's why we're here, regardless of the hostility. We just want people to appreciate how Earth is measured flat and how our opponents utilize those measurements to make their inference that Earth is a sphere, if you are to debate with them. But first and foremost, understand how Earth is measured for all, regardless of your belief. And that's flat. That's what we're here doing. That's why we're in Earth Awakening's Discord server today. That's why we'll be in Politics Discord server on Friday, and why we will persist until that message is driven home hard and fast. Been very cordial today. I don't know why. Maybe it was because of my little speech at the beginning of arriving that we're just here to make friends and influence you into fighting the good fight in the best possible way. Maybe
Well, I heard you came here to set us straight. There was some talk that you'd be coming here to set us straight on how to think and how to work things out.
SC definitely didn't hear the speech.
No, I'm here. No, I'm here to make friends and influence. SE. So.
Oh, okay. Oh, welcome then.
Oh well, that's a very rapid change in tone. In terms of your thought processes,
I was kind of listening to your show yesterday because somebody told me there was some talk, and I kind of heard you saying that you're going to come here and straighten us out in a way and manner how to discuss the flat Earth. So I kind of found that a little weird, but okay, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that is, if you want to put it bluntly, what we are here to do. Rather than moving on the back foot and telling people how Earth is defendable as not being a globe and arguing about that, Our suggestion, if you want to call that setting you straight, is to say that we should be on the front foot after 10 years, given that we know how Earth is measured for us and them. Now, if you're not on that level playing field, then maybe straightening out is what the most appropriate metaphor would be, SC Montreal.
Right. No thanks, Nathan. I don't need straightening out, and I don't need you to show me the way. Like, we don't need a Jedi master. I think I'm doing pretty good on my own. Thank you. So if you came here to straighten me out, I don't need that, Nathan. Thank you very much. I think I'm on the right path.
Well, that's good to hear. Now, as I said originally, make friends and influence. The only way I'm going to get you to see things in the way I believe is the best possible way forward, which is to show that Earth's measured flat, is to have you on my side, SC Montreal. Clearly you're not, but that's why I'm still here.
No, it's not I'm on the side, right? It's I'm on my own quest to find knowledge, right? And I think I'm doing pretty good. I think we're doing pretty good here. I like the people here. And I don't think we need anybody to show us the way. No disrespect there, Nathan.
No, and I wouldn't suggest that you couldn't find this yourself, but if somebody is digging for gold and there's 20 other men digging for gold around them and one finds a vein, what would you prefer? That the person who finds a vein keeps it quiet so that you can have the pride of finding your own vein? Or would you prefer he invited you over to his little gold vein so that you can mine it with him? Which would you prefer?
Oh, for sure. If you found some gold and you want to share it, for sure.
I've definitely found gold. Yeah, that's what I found, gold. And I'm trying to give it out for free. I'm met with hostility when I do so and told that people would rather find their own gold vein. Oh, okay, well, I mean, this gold's right here, but you want to find your own vein. Okay. Well, good for you. Let's hope you find one. Meanwhile, while I'm making the rounds, trying to make friends and influence people into the appreciation that a belief in flat Earth isn't required, and I'm not suggesting you personally have a belief in flat Earth, SC Montreal. Maybe you could tell me some of Earth's flat measurements, so we all understand that you, like us, know Earth is measured flat. Maybe you could give us a couple of examples, and then, you know, we'll lay off you if you feel like we're giving you a hard time.
No, you're not giving me a hard time, and I don't need to show you anything. See, what chaps me, Nathan, is that when I heard that you came here and you call this the broken toy server, correct? So when I heard that, I said, so this is the broken toy server. So Nathan's going to come here and fix us and show us how to do things. Now, that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, brother. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely. I completely agree. I discourage my panel. No, don't lay blame. Someone else gave you that or ascribed you that term, and I don't think it's fair to name and shame Quantum Eraser for doing that. So what I have suggested is that we aren't going to make friends and influence people, for example, labelling this the land of misfit toys, as Neil did when we arrived, and I sighed and groaned in discomfort as he did so. So I totally agree with you. I think giving you derogatory titles and suggesting that you have lost your way isn't the right tact. Now, again, without shaming anybody, and it's unfair to keep laying these things at Quantum Racer's door after he's done them, but without naming and shaming, his suggestion was that we come here and find out from you, in a proactive manner, why you've lost your way. Now, given what you've just told me, I'm pretty sure that would definitely rub you up the wrong way, wouldn't it, SC Montreal? Let's be honest.
Well, yeah, I did, and that's why I'm saying this right now, yeah.
Right, yeah. Now, if you want me on bended knee, I have plenty of humility to offer. If you feel I've wronged you in the way I've treated you, or you feel I'm arrogant, I won't apologise for that, because I am. But I'm righteous in doing so. Now, even if you dislike my arrogance and over-the-top confidence in why I'm here, I don't mind. That's fine. But the point that the gold in the ground, regardless of your despising me for sleeping with your wife, it's still a gold mine that I'm pointing at that you can mine from. Yeah? That's what I'm hoping to get. Now, I know that there's a step in between, because you have ably demonstrated that which I suspected was the problem immediately, SC Montreal, which I'm delighted about. Right? And I've been able to immediately put it into analogy. Yeah, you can tell I've thought about this. I didn't come up with that on the spot. Yeah, but that means that before I'm going to let you come near my gold mine, you don't trust me. I slept with your wife, metaphorically speaking. So I've got to entice you over to the vein because I haven't got the skills to mine it by myself. Metaphorically, I haven't got the reach that you have, SC Montreal. Let's put it down to an individual. You are bigger than just me, aren't you? There's two of us with you, isn't there? So therefore, this mine will get dug a lot quicker with your assistance. But I've got to have you on side to do it. So that's what I'm here to do primarily. But I can't let the focus drift away from what I am here to tell you what's what about or straighten you out with. Now, I can't get away from that fact if you see it that way. I can only try and massage you into realizing that I'm not doing it for my benefit. It will benefit me as a whole if it works, and the whole, that's everyone in Flat Earth, appreciates they don't need a belief in this stuff anymore. Not necessarily you as an individual, I'm not pointing that at your door, but there is a greater good that we're trying to achieve here. And I feel that Flat Earth's lost its way because of the paths that led everybody to this subject. And the proof has been buried and utilised by our opponents for too long. They're using a Flat Earth measurement. Why can't we? Seems only reasonable, it's ours.
We don't use a flat Earth measurement, Nathan.
Elevation angle measurements to Polaris. That's how the latitude system on the grid that you call a globe is measured.
Elevation angles don't show that the Earth is flat.
With respect to the stars, yeah, you use a flat plane for every claim you make.
No. Elevation angles don't necessitate a flat Earth.
What makes a map?
I just explained how they did, and she ignored me. She remove her unless she responds to me. I'll say it again. If she just entirely ignores what I've responded to her with and says, no, they don't, that is to say she doesn't acknowledge or address what I've said, she's no longer worth talking to. So I'll say it again. Elevation angle measurements to Polaris with a 90 degree below that star is the measurement that gives us latitude that is subsequently wrapped around a globe. There is only one method to measure that latitude system. It's what forms the globe. It requires 90 below Polaris and a flat plane to get that measurement. Earth must be measured flat for it. Now, given that I've had to repeat myself, my righteous indignation and insistence that you repeat back that which you will hand wave rather than hand waving it. If you can't repeat it back, I'll assume you haven't listened, Brenda.
He's asking you what he just said, Brenda. Just that. That's all.
Your claim about how it's measured is wrong.
He said something.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. Nathan's claim about how elevation angles are taken is wrong.
Says.
And without unmuting Brenda, I'd like to hear what she has to say. That is not fair.
We heard it. I'm wrong. She's hand waved it.
Yeah, but they haven't given the explanation why.
Yeah, that's my point.
Well, they got muted, didn't they? So that makes it a bit hard for them
because
to
she
actually
rinsed
say
and
that.
repeated her hand wave dismissal rather than addressing it. I asked her to repeat back what I put to her, and instead she chose to give the second hand. We heard the first hand wave.
Well, she's got one more chance to give a response instead of just saying no.
Okay. See how that goes.
So, does Brenda understand what you said, Nathan?
I don't know. If she repeats it back to me as I requested, we might find out, but I'm pretty much assuming she's just going to hand wave it a third time.
Yeah, I disagree with you. I'm allowed to disagree, right?
What
I don't have to.
No,
Excuse me.
Not agree,
Please let me
disagree. It's a
talk.
measurement.
That's what you disagree with.
It's not an
You just
opinion.
say-
It's
you
not an
just-
opinion. It's not agree, disagree. It's a measurement.
Measurements are taken for elevation from a perpendicular to your eye level, where you're at.
Well, you'll need
It's
eye
not your
level, and you
feet
don't have that
level.
on a globe.
You have eye level on a globe.
No, you don't. It's all bent. What is it? No atmo day? Do you hear my response?
Your
Do I need
eye
to
level
repeat
is a
it?
perpendicular.
Is she going to start repeating about perpendicular? What, to eye level? What, on no atmo day?
I don't know what you're talking about. The
I'm talking
atmosphere
about
doesn't have anything to do with
the fact that it's always bent for you on a globe. You don't have perpendicular to anything on a globe, full stop, ever. Number two,
Eye
all lines
level
are always
isn't
bent for
dense.
you on a globe. Now she's chanting through me. I'm responding to her. You don't have eye level. You don't have level. Level's bent for you. Yeah, so you'll need a flat Earth for this level that you don't have, because it's not no Atmo Day and all lines that are level are bent for you according to your globe belief. So you don't have any of the prerequisite requirements for an perpendicular. That was your rebuttal. Perpendicular to what? A globe? You don't have that either. You'll need a flat Earth for perpendicular.
No, you don't need a flat Earth for perpendicular. 90 degrees from vertical is perpendicular, and it's a imaginary plane extending from your eye level out to an infinite distance, and it doesn't curve, right? So it's not a no Atmo
No, it's not an
day.
imaginary plane. No, latitude lies on the
It
ground.
literally is. It literally
excuse
is.
me, I'll just try once more. It's measured with respect to the ground and ground positions below Polaris, 90 degrees below them, to your baseline that you are at the end of. That's a measurement with respect to the ground. You're not developing an imaginary plane. You're using a plane of reference, referencing it, measuring it. It's a plane of reference, not an imaginary tangent plane. Now, that would be an imaginary plane that you need because you need a flat plane. So you're creating a tangent plane on a globe. So what? You can utilize the flat plane that's tangent to your globe that's now surplus to requirements because you'll be using that plane. No, in reality, it's a plane of reference. It's the ground. It's got 90s on it. We're navigating. We're drawing out latitudes with it. It's on the ground. It's navigation. Now, you need to take it to a tangent plane that's not the ground. Why? Well, because you need a plane. So you're drawing one out. That's only one single point on the ground, though. Now, that's not what we're doing in navigation. We're not dealing with a single point that's tangent to a globe we're not using. We're using a plane. She's trying to create one. Yeah, because she needs one. She needs a flat Earth. That's why she's creating a plane.
She used eye level as a horizontal plane. That means that level is a horizontal plane at your eye.
Right, I'm going to have to reset my desk because it's gone all wonky. So the sound will go dead for a couple of seconds. I'll just reboot it.
Running.
Check. There we go.
Level is a horizontal plane.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just saying, when she invoked eye level as her plane of reference, that means that level at your eye is a horizontal plane. It has to be to get angles. Level has to be a horizontal plane. It's axiomatic, even for them.
Shout out to the price of Adam, who says they kicked me for the rest of the show. I don't really know what that means. Thank you for the super chat. I think it's actually my stream deck that's crashed. Can you talk about something for a few minutes just while I see if I can sort out this technical issue that I'm having?
Well, if somebody else can do that. I can't talk for 2 minutes.
Can you talk for 1 minute?
No, that's even stretching it.
Ugh.
I think I can get at least 35 seconds of it. Even if not, I can definitely stir up some controversy.
Yeah, well then, yeah, you
invoke
tap out and you
eye level.
take somebody else in.
Right. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Oh, there we go. I've got it working.
Well,
Go ahead. Sorry.
oh, yeah. Well, they say that they give lip service to the rhetoric that level is curving. But the moment you talk about measurements, they will use level as a horizontal plane, whether it's eye level, surface level. Just look at the Earth curve maths. You can't have a curved Earth without a horizontal plane called surface level that they call a tangent. It's surface level. They're calling surface level a tangent. No, that's the surface. It's level. They're not getting it.
No, we just get nutters. Nutter, don't need level. All right, you don't need level. All right. Yeah, I'm just going to draw out a level from eye level so I can measure perpendicular to it. Right, so you need level then. No, we're using the globe. I just need that level first.
Can I explain how elevation angles are actually taken?
Can you define what an elevation angle is?
It's the number of degrees above or below a horizontal line from your eye level, where you're at.
Sorry, have you got a citation for that?
Hello, Brenda.
Where's that?
From a
So
horizontal plane.
You need
right
a
where
horizontal
you're
plane
at.
then.
That's,
So you need a horizontal plane for an elevation angle measurement then.
yeah, that's 90 degrees from your zenith.
Yeah, so it's 90 degrees below Polaris in the case of latitude. Yeah, that'd be a yes. Yes, it's 90 degrees below Polaris and 90 degrees at your zenith. Yeah, so that would be a straight line along the ground, wouldn't it?
No.
Yeah. 90 below Polaris and 90 at your position. That's just got a straight line between you and it. That's not a curved line.
If you're at the North Pole, Polaris is at your zenith.
Yeah. Well, we're not at the North Pole. We're measuring latitude. The angle to Polaris still has 90 at its base running along the baseline to you measuring the angle. That's the angle. The baseline, flat, straight. Can't be anything else or it won't be an angle.
No, that's begging the question. Do you have
No, it's measuring an angle. It's not begging the question when I measure a bloody angle. It's measuring an angle.
No, you measure from your position.
Yes, I'm not begging anything. We're measuring. You're starting by telling me how we're measuring. That's not begging anything. It's measuring an angle.
Do you know what begging the question means in logic?
Assuming your outcome? What, assuming that the angle I'm measuring? No. I'm just measuring that angle.
Begging the question means that your conclusion is in your premise.
I'm not concluding anything. I'm making a measurement. I'm not concluding something. I'm measuring something.
And you're concluding that the Earth is
Didn't make any conclusions.
Because you assume that
no, the baseline's flat. No, that's a statement of fact in regards to the measurement. I don't make any conclusions. It can't be anything else or I won't be making it as a measurement. It's not a conclusion.
That's false.
It's not a conclusion. It is a prerequisite for the measurement.
No, it isn't. The only prerequisite
Yeah, you can't have a bent. Yeah, I'll just... No, it won't work. If it's bent, like the ground, because that's what we're measuring, it won't give you an angle because an angle is formed with straight lines. And there's going to be 90 at the ground position of Polaris in this instance. So there's 90 on the ground running to you for the angle. That's a straight, flat, level baseline with 90 at the ground position below Polaris at its zenith. That's a flat Earth prerequisite. No assumptions, a measurement of an angle. So we're going to need a flat Earth for this angle. The nutters didn't work. Not begging the question. It can't be curved. If it was curved, it wouldn't be an angle. Earth's not curved. We wouldn't get straight flat baselines with 90 to Polaris for latitude. Earth's measured flat. In conclusion, the globe believer knows that it's measured flat because she knows enough about how latitude's measured with respect to a what? Horizontal plane of reference? She even detailed it. So we're going to need a horizontal plane of reference then, aren't we? Yeah, we're going to need to measure Earth flat. It's the plane we reference for the angle. We're referencing it when we measure the angle. Earth, that is. 90 degrees on the ground below the star that we're measuring. Flat Earth prerequisite. No conclusions drawn. It's needed to make the measurement. Earth must be flat to do this. Prerequisite, not conclusion.
No, it's only the ground when it's a globe, Nathan. But once you start with celestial navigation and prove it's flat,
no, that's not
then
true,
it's
Neil.
not the ground
Stop.
anymore.
No, that's not true. It wasn't the ground. Because in this instance, not the ground, what the tangent plane that she drew out, because she needs a horizontal plane of reference. Well, it's not a tangent plane then. That's not the ground. It's just not the ground on your globe, but she still needs it. That's why she referenced it. It's in the definition that she gave, even though she didn't cite it. Yeah, plane of reference is needed. Meaning we can reference it? We're going to measure the tangent out into space and reference that, are we? with a prerequisite globe that's dangling beneath that we're not measuring and not referencing because it's not the ground, that we're not navigating anymore because it's not ball-shaped. No, we are navigating the ground. We are measuring the ground. We are referencing the horizontal. We are measuring flat for this, Brenda. Has she run out of nutters? Clearly. So in conclusion, they will need a flat Earth too. Like the horizontal plane that they'd like to be tangential to a ball that isn't being used anymore. Yeah, they'll need a tangential horizontal plane which doesn't use the globe anymore because a horizontal plane of reference is required to reference. They just need to make it an imaginary plane. Like she said that too, right? No, we're not imagining us on the ground. We're on the ground navigating it. Earth's flat, and that's what we're dealing with. Not imaginary tangent planes like your globe needs that won't be referenceable. Au contraire, we'll need to reference Earth as a flat plane for us to make this measurement. Hope we're all clear on that. Earth's measured flat.
I think it's really bad form, to mute the person and then to
kick her out. Now she's appealing to the format and the mods. Earth's measured flat for this angle. You nut-erd it 3 times and you're going to appeal to the format of being muted when you can't address my point. Earth's measured flat for this angle. It's got 90 on the ground, Brenda.
responded to your claim. It begs the question.
No, it's a prerequisite. I addressed that. She's rinsing and repeating that which I've addressed. I said it's not begging the question. It's a prerequisite for an angle. I've addressed that.
And that's just mistaken. You're just mistaken about.
So it's nuh-uh. I've got nothing to overcome the fact that it's a prerequisite for it to be a flat straight line with 90 degrees below Polaris. I just don't believe that. Yeah, I won't cut it, Brenda.
Yeah, you're simply wrong about how.
Yeah, we heard how wrong I was. We actually need a response to the fact that you need 90 on the ground between you and Polaris. That's the next response. It's a prerequisite. Not begging the question. Prerequisite. On screen now. Demonstration of a man taking an elevation angle measurement. 90 degrees along a flat baseline for this to be a triangle to do any calculations after the measurement of the star represented as this point. This line must be flat. Why? Because it won't have 90 to the point below the star if it isn't. It's a prerequisite to have 90. 6th time. No, won't do it, Brenda. Have you got an example where the guy's measuring a curved ground?
Can I unmute Brenda?
So we've got, maybe give us an example like I've got on screen for my audience right now, where a guy makes a measurement with a curved ground falling away from him. Have you got that? Because I've got loads of these where men are measuring flat Earth with 90s below stars. Maybe you've got an example with a curved Earth being used with a tangent that won't be referenceable, won't give you 90, won't be a point on the ground. Have you got any of those? I'll take that as a no, shall I? No, because there aren't any. Earth is measured flat. This is an example of it. You need it to be flat to get 90 below the star. Yeah, you're begging the question.
Maybe take them into circles of equal altitude so they could see how much flat there is.
Come again, Neil. I've got a plumber here and my wife was just letting me know. Tell me again.
Remember when Kent laid it out and he said if you had to plot another star and then another star, there would be 3 circles of equal altitude, and that's a lot of flat land there, or water.
Yeah, areas of equal elevation. Each of these circles that the guy's drawing out with respect to the radius value of the angle he measures between the star and himself at 90, that's a circle of equal elevation. That's why it's shown depicted as a circle. That's what you use to find your position. With respect to the angle to the star and the almanac, you're going to be at some point on that circle when you measure out an angle. Now, if you're at sea and you need to know where you are, you might need 2 stars to actually have them converge at a certain point. Now, at that point, you've got 2 points that cross over on 2 circles. Circles of equal altitude. That would be, it's a prerequisite for this system to work that the circles are flat. Equal elevation, equal altitude, flat Earth. Part of the methodology. It's not begging the question. It's part of the method. That's why they call them circles of equal
you don't know the
elevation.
method,
Yeah, that would be
Nathan.
equal elevation that's being rumpused by Brenda. I had nothing to offer when I asked her for a demonstration of this being done with respect to a tangent
You don't
plane that
know
can't be
what an
measured.
ac- you don't know
Now
what
it's
the circle of
rumpusing.
equal
This is
altitude-
very rude. Maybe I should appeal to the format of Brenda just talking straight through the middle of me educating people on how this is done with circles of equal elevation. That means they cannot curve. They cannot be on a globe.
You don't know what the circle of equal altitude is, Nathan.
It's
You don't
equal
know what it
altitude.
is.
It's the clues in the name. It's got equal altitudes. That means it's not curving away from you 8 inches per mile squared. It's equal in altitude. You don't have that on a globe. There aren't any areas of equal altitude ever on a globe, ever. Let alone 3 massive miles and miles of square kilometers. And no, you don't have that. None of those things are possible on a globe. There are no areas of equal elevation. It's not equal elevation anywhere on a globe. You're going to tell me again I don't understand what that which is defined in the title, equal elevation. Here it is on screen. It's flashing by constantly, circles that don't have any curve to them, Brenda. See this dude on screen measuring an angle right now, right? Between the angle measurement and the star at 90, it's flat. There's no curve there. And what's the circle that he's drawing out called again? Oh, it's called a circle of equal elevation, a circle of equal altitude. A circle, that's 2D, that does not curve away from you 8 inches per mile squared for this to work. Earth must be flat for this to work in the way that it works. Does it work? Yeah, it does. It's called celestial navigation. Is it a claim you're making? No, I'm just stating facts about how celestial navigation works with a flat Earth prerequisite. Here it is on screen. It's been flashing up every single minute of this discussion where I'm being nut-erred by a fundamentalist zealot who believes Earth's spherical and believes in tangent planes.
Hold on, Oakley. You keep referencing your screen, but I don't see you sharing your screen.
Go to the live
we don't
stream.
see the screen, Nathan.
Go to YouTube and you can see it on live stream.
Yeah. Why don't you just share your screen?
Or why don't you go and get a book on navigation? I've gone to the effort of getting these materials up for my live audience. So what, you can nutter away from them. I've asked you to give me a diagram of a man doing this with a curved surface. Have you got that? Give me that. They don't exist, ladies and gentlemen of my audience listening to Brenda nutter her way past this flat plane that is required to do this. There won't be any examples of elevation angle measurements with respect to a curved surface. You can't do them. You need Earth to be flat to do them. Like, you haven't got any of those examples then, Brenda, with elevations coming off curved surfaces. You don't have one of those. Because I've got thousands of examples of elevation angle measurements coming off flat surfaces, because that's how they're done. I don't seem to be seeing anything being shared with me from Brenda. There's no curve examples of this angle measurement that needs a straight line. I don't seem to be getting one from her. She's not heard it. Where's the constant stream of examples like the ones I've got? I don't get it. No? Yeah, that's because Earth's measured flat for angles. Like this. This is elevation angle measurement. How a sextant actually works. That's what they said in the book below this diagram on screen for my audience. Where there's 90 below the sun's GP. See that 90? It's a little box. To have this, Earth must be flat between you and the measurement of the point below the sun, wherever it may be. Doesn't matter if it's 10,000 miles away, you've still got a flat Earth between you and its GP. Here's 2 different boats measuring the same sun at different points on the flat Earth. For an angle to have 90 for both of them could be 5,000 miles away from the GP of the sun. That means that there's a massive area of flat land to get this measurement. It's the only way it can be done. It's the basis of our mapping system. It's also the basis of the globe. The latitude system's wrapped around the globe. This is how it's measured. Labelled latitude in the book I got this from, where it shows 90 degrees below the star and an angle along a flat baseline to measure latitude. The one that will be wrapped around a sphere Earth that couldn't possibly be the case because the angle comes from a flat baseline. Again, no diagrams from her. What's that? It's on my live stream and you can't see it. Go and get a book on it. We've been studying this for the last 3 years. That's why I've got diagrams flashing up, because I've got the information to back how right I am, because I am. That's how it's done.
You don't know how a circle of equal altitude.
You didn't
is
even know how to
made.
say it. You can't even say circle of equal altitude, let alone tell me I don't know how it works. You can't even say it.
How is it taken?
What? Say it correctly, and I'll see what you say and haven't said correctly thus far works.
How
What's
is
that?
a circle of equal altitude taken?
With equal altitude. Without curve.
Of what?
Without bend. Without a sphere. It's equal in altitude. They're on screen for my audience. I'm answering and she's chanting straight through me. You've charged me with not understanding what equal altitude means. It means it's all at the same level. It means it's flat. That's what equal altitude means.
No.
Yeah.
Done. You don't know what you're talking.
It's not about what I know. It's about what's on screen for my audience and easily referenceable in navigation manuals when detailing angles to stars. You're forming circles of equal altitude. That's what you're doing. You constantly charging me with not understanding what they are won't change what they are. Equal in altitude, not curving away 8 inches per mile squared. Flat Earth required. Here's an example of finding your fix. Here's 3 90-degree positions below stars measured from your position on the ground. That means all 3 of these circles of equal altitude must be on a flat Earth for them to have a representative 90 at the, what's this point? Oh yeah, ground position. Ground position number 1, 90 degrees to your measurement position. Ground position number 2, 90 degrees to your position, although obscured by the diagram. Position number 3, 90 degrees to your position. And around that base at 90 degrees to your position, an extended flat circle of equal elevation, equal altitude, not curving. Earth measured flat.
That's just wrong. It's not. It's the altitude to the celestial object, to the star, not of the ship, of the star.
I didn't say anything about a ship.
Well, it's either a ship or the observation point. It doesn't matter.
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
No,
Why
it's
you
clear.
gotta keep listening to her?
Because it's
I
obvious.
literally do.
No, you don't. You're just hand waving what I say and then inserting a ship when I didn't detail a ship. So what, you're building a little straw man there with things I didn't say? The diagram I've got for my audience has no ship in it. It just shows how the process is done. It doesn't matter about where you are. All that matters is you've got a flat baseline with 90 on the ground below you. Below the star, sorry. That's all that matters. As diagram shows in this example. This is what it is. There's no, you don't understand it. All right, well, have I got a diagram of it then? Have you got one? Have you got a diagram where this curves? Where 90 is achieved on a curved surface? Can you show me that? Third time. That'd be a no. She can't show me because that's not how it's done. Flat Earth is required to do this. Facts. No, won't do it.
The circle.
So is this a diagram? I've had loads of diagrams up on screen for my audience. It'd be nice if my opponent could actually furnish me with a curve angle measurement with 90 on the surface. Can you give me that, please? Or just acknowledge that you can't. Or just acknowledge that you can't. Can you give me that? Close question.
I don't have image posting.
So you can't cite your crap that you're going to argue that you can get this off a curved surface. You're not going to cite it. I've got extended coverage of how it's required to be done flat. You don't have anything to offer, correct?
No, I do have something to offer.
Well, give it me then, and we'll have a look.
Oh, okay. Right. So the way you
not verbally, I want a diagram.
No, I'm going to explain it to you.
I don't want an explanation. I've given diagrams. I want a diagrammatical example of you getting an elevation angle off a curve.
I told you I don't have image.
Yeah, we know you don't have it as Audio Chaos begins. No, you don't have an example of an elevation angle coming from a curve because you can't get one.
If you've got an image render, you can DM it to me and I'll put it up.
You have image
Okay.
You know, these were all taken from books that 10th Man used to present, and they were your books, Glober's books. We didn't make a flat Earth elevation angle celestial navigation book.
Yo, you guys have made a fix, Oakley?
You know what?
I'm live streaming Nathan's channel for him, just in case.
Hold on, Terry. The celestial navigation thing, it proves the flat Earth, right? You guys can do it.
Like, is this an appeal to us as individuals, or the process that we've detailed and have got books on, have got diagrams about, and can show how it's processed? Does it matter if I've done it or can do it? Who cares?
So
Well,
I posted.
I mean, it's a pretty big. Hold on, it's a pretty big claim. I got the Globers are saying they can do it on the globe, and it works fine on the globe, and it proves the globe.
And did they
but
give you a
I've never
diagram?
seen us. I've never seen us actually do it.
It's on screen now for my audience, how it's done. Not us doing it, how it's done. And I'm asking if Brenda or you've said that verbally, obviously your standards are lower than mine. Brenda just offered me that, and I said, nah, give me a diagram. Show me how it's a curve that gives you a 90 below the star. And she hasn't given me that. But what lots of Globers have said that they can do it on a globe. Yeah, if you understood the argument, Jeremy, you'd ask her for how an elevation angle measurement was shown to be taken from a curve. And like Brenda's doing with me, she'd fail to give it you because you can't do it that way. It must be flat to get 90 below the star. They will never give you a diagram. Their verbalization of how it can be done on a sphere is meaningless. When I've got endless examples of how it must be flat, one's on screen right now.
I've seen diagrams. Hold on, Brenda. I've seen diagrams of them having the circles and shit, and they claim that they can navigate with it and get a fix. I'm wondering, can we get a fix?
Yes, on screen for my audience, how you get a fix on a flat plane with 90 below the stars. It's been on screen for quite some time.
I know, but can you do it, though? Can you actually do it?
Yeah, we're back to this. I covered this initially, so it is just about whether or not I can do it then. It's just a personal attack from Jeremy, one of the mods in this server. Hostile mods. They're not focused on the argument, keen to chant through me as I defend myself, though. Keen to chant through me as I defend myself against this hostile mod. I'm still talking, Jeremy's not modding. He's going to chant through me. Because that's what this hostile mod's doing.
I just need a mod really quick.
I've got a point to make. I've got a conclusion to make. We're going to let Jeremy's subversion of my point win because he's decided as a hostile mod that he doesn't want to accept the actual argumentation point in favour of whether or not I've personally done anything.
What's going on, Platypus?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on here.
Platypus got muted.
Yeah.
We're muted.
Yeah. It's unmuted. It's all good now.
He's trying to find the curve, probably.
Okay, so the circle of equal altitudes,
Yeah, I was in the middle of making the conclusion. I don't know what happened there. Nevertheless, I've got it on screen. We've got a diagram. That's how it's detailed in every celestial navigation depiction I've had on screen, about 20 since this discussion began. There won't be an example from the globe because there isn't one. You can't get 90 below the star from a curve. You can't get a straight flat baseline from a curve. It won't afford you any of those things, Jeremy.
No, yeah, but I've seen them get a fix, though. I've seen the circles. I have seen this. I've seen them get a fix. I've seen them get put the circles down. I'm asking, can we do it as a whole? It's not a personal attack against you. I'm just saying, can any one of us, Neil? Come on, man. I'm just saying, can any one of us do it? Anyone?
Yeah, one of our regulars on the show is a ex-ship's captain who used to do celestial navigation. He's done it many times. What?
His 10th year?
So what?
Is he here? Have you seen him get a
my
fix?
sister's done it as well. She's qualified in navigation. She owns several boats. Again, so what? So what?
So I've seen these guys get a fix, and they say they can navigate.
Can you show us
it,
that then? Do you want to show us? Okay,
it.
if you've seen them do it, you can explain because you understand their argument, don't you, Jeremy? You can explain how they get an elevation angle from a curved surface. Explain that to me then, because you know better.
Yeah, but you can't explain, Nathan.
It seems like someone's now white knighting for you. Now we get to the crux of me understanding the argument. The white knights step in. Jeremy, you understand their argument and how they get this to work on a globe. Ergo, you can explain to me how they get an elevation from a curved surface then, can't you?
They're not. They're not getting the elevation angle from a curved surface. Nobody's ever claiming that. On a globe, you also...
No, you need a flat earth for that to get the elevation angle measurement. Like on screen, you'll need a flat earth to get that elevation angle measurement. It's a flat earth prerequisite.
No. You don't need an earth at all to get an elevation angle.
Literally
you don't need an earth at all.
What you mean nobody's claiming
that?
That's literally what y'all claim. What the hell are you talking about?
It's your book.
Are you serious?
These aren't from Flat Earth books. There are no Flat Earth celestial navigation books. They're all written by globe believers, self-confessed. So these are from globe books. This is how they, globe believers, say it's done. And there's his chanting through me. No, all the books we reference show how it's done on a flat plane. And as you correctly identified, you can't get an elevation from a curved baseline.
Exactly. You don't need an earth at all. for an elevation angle, though.
So we don't
That's
need.
a- that's
Sorry,
a fact.
Oh, really?
sorry. Did I hear you correctly? We don't need Earth at all when we're navigating. Excuse me. When we're
You don't
navigating.
need
That's
Earth
third
at
time.
all
Third
to get
time.
an
Just
elevation
mute him.
angle.
Just mute him.
You
He's
don't-
heard the devastating point I'm going to respond to him with.
I
So we
didn't
don't.
ask that.
Excuse
Did
me.
not
I'm
say
still trying to
navigate. I
respond.
don't need to do
No,
that.
he's going to cause audio chaos. No. So we don't need the Earth, globe believer, when navigating Earth. No, we do need the Earth when we're navigating Earth and we're detailing how we navigate Earth, because it's the Earth that we're navigating. But it's not your globe Earth when you, specifically you, admit that we need a flat baseline to get the angle. To not navigate your globe Earth, that's right, it's not your globe Earth that we're navigating. We're navigating with respect to the flat baseline that we just measured, because that is ground position related along that flat baseline, along the ground of the Earth that we are navigating. The amount of audio chaos that came my way when he got pummeled, because this man's admitted that we do need a flat Earth to measure an elevation angle measurement, but it's got nothing to do with Earth. Wrong. Nothing to do with a globe Earth, because it won't give you that measurement.
So you have measured the Earth flat, Nathan.
So we're back to some wanker personal attack. I dealt with this with Jeremy.
No, I'm
Jeremy's the mod that I dealt with it.
I'm
Now we've got
asking you.
Edabear doing it. Same tact.
I'm asking you. You said
I covered this 2 minutes ago. He's obviously not paying attention to the conversation. Can you remove him because he's not paying attention to the conversation? I literally covered what he's asking 2 seconds ago, 2 minutes ago. So he's either not listening or just wants to attack me personally, because now he's attacking me personally. No redress to the arguments. I've also gone through that exact question with that man asking it me directly previously on 4 separate occasions. I've already answered his question. It's just a personal attack. We've already gone through the process.
I'd like to say that the head mod, Jeremy, did not make a personal attack. He asked the question. Just a little clarification for the audience. Thank you.
For what?
Yeah, I don't
For
know where
what?
you're getting this personal attack bullshit from.
Ask somebody if they've done something personally. That's my point. The argument is what I'm asking you to focus on. That's why I'm here, because there's a pot of gold for you to mine from. You're only interested in if I personally have done it, but you don't see that as a personal attack. Is it an attack on the argument about a horizontal baseline? No, it's not. It's an attack on me and whether or not I've done it and whether or not I'm going to get chanted through as I point out that it is absolutely that which you have claimed I should be ashamed of doing when I call people scumbags. No, asking if I have done it personally is a personal attack because it's not an attack on the argument. The flat baseline, the line with 90 degrees below the star that won't be acquirable if Earth's curving. It's not an attack on any of those things. It's just asking me if I've done it. You don't have to like that, SC Montreal.
I don't even care if you can do it, though.
The fact that the mods are hypocritical, you don't have to white knight for the hypocrisy. It's still hypocrisy, whether you like it or not, SC.
Okay, it doesn't matter if you can do it or not, though. It matters if
Why'd you ask then? Why'd you ask then? So why'd you ask then? So it was just the personal attack then? Because it doesn't matter, does it, Jeremy?
It matters because
Oh, so it does matter. So he's now a double speaking clown because it does matter. It doesn't matter.
This thing that proves flat Earth. I don't think we can do it. I can't do it. You can you do it? Can 10th man do it? Let's see it done.
Shove a diagram up.
Just Nathan.
Do you ever make an argument for the molten iron core and the 8 Mile hole to hell? Can you dig a borehole? Have you ever dug a borehole? Who cares?
It's our argument, right? This is our argument. You want us to mine?
Argument. It's an argument. All right. You see it as an argument. No. It's not an argument because it's not up for debate. It's a matter of fact. That's what I'm trying. Just calm down. I'll just take a breath with you, Jeremy. I'm trying to make you my friend. So let's just take a breath, both of us. I just want to talk to Jeremy for a minute, if that's okay with everyone else. Whew. Okay. It's not an argument. I'm not trying to debate you about this. It is not debatable. It is celestial navigation. And understanding celestial navigation is to understand that it's not my claim of 90 below the star. It is not my claim this could be done if only I'd taken the onus on myself to do it. It is the process of celestial navigation. It does have a prerequisite flat Earth to get 90 below the star, and it matters not if I have done it or if you have done it. Only that you understand that which is done.
If you do
Yeah,
understand,
I
how
don't
it's
see
done,
Jeremy. I don't see what's the holdup. I mean, even if it's not celestial navigation, just having elevation angle, just by trying to get an elevation angle. First thing I found, it is defined as an angle between the horizontal plane and an oblique line from the observer's eye to some object above his eye. So, I mean, I just don't understand. In the definition by a horizontal plane, it's just. I mean, what else do you want to do? Where else do you want to go from there? Whether they say no, we get it from a curved surface. I mean, that's not what is defined as. I don't understand what's the holdup on the elevation angle, dude.
the
There's a guy
baseline of the
named
angle
Johnny
is the line of
Bernhardt
sight
that
to the
comes in
horizon,
here.
right?
Hold on. There's a guy named Johnny Bernhardt that comes in, and he was a captain on a fisherman's boat, and he's done celestial navigation countless amount of times. Go talk to him, Jeremy.
What were you gonna say? Your name is on right now.
Bacon,
Yeah, but you can. Oh, okay. Just to see how. Okay.
right? Yeah, the issue is there's a big claim being made here that the line between the observer and the GP, that's a straight line on a flat plane, and that has implications for the method, right?
Okay.
You can say, well, we can stop at the angle measurement, but the problem is there's also claims being made about the rest of the process, and those claims don't seem to match reality or none of the math of the process. That's
They
why
just don't
it's
match the
fair
globe.
to ask for.
No, it's not they don't match reality.
why
They
it's
just don't
fair
match the
to-
globe. They don't match the
Can I
globe.
finish,
Not
please?
they don't. No. They're being done in reality.
It's not.
They don't match the globe.
The math of the process doesn't
Correct.
match the globe. Is that what you're saying?
No. Let's start with what you just said. You said there's a claim that a line meets the GP. That's what you said. Okay. What's GP?
That wasn't the whole claim.
I'm just starting by breaking down what you first said. Now, obviously, me breaking down the words you used is going to be objectionable because it's going to prove a flat Earth. So if you bear with me, you just have to grit your teeth while I verbatim quote back what you said about there's a claim. It's not a claim. That there's a line. Yeah, that's straight. Meeting a GP. That's ground position. That's on the ground. Now, for you as a globe believer, that position must be on a tangent plane because there's only one point on a plane that meets a globe. So that's a total fail because out in space, you haven't got ground positions. Now, for us on a flat Earth, if you want to consider this my claim, I don't have to claim anything. It's already meeting on the ground if it's flat. It is the ground position and it must have 90 below the star. That's how it's done. I'm just a bit confused about how that's in any way, shape or form a claim I'm making when I'm detailing that which is on screen and how it's done. It's called celestial navigation. What you say is that causes a problem with reality. No, it doesn't. It causes a problem for the globe because you can't do this. This 90 on screen for my audience the whole time we're having this conversation, that's below the star, and it's GP, you said. Yeah, you said it's a claim that there's a straight line meeting the GP. That's not a problem on a flat Earth. It is a problem if you've got only 1 point tangent to a globe dangling below all this, because none of them are ground positions anymore. So it's not a problem for reality. This is how it's done in reality. This is a diagram of how it's done in reality. It's just not done globe-shaped, because it can't be. Are we clear?
Are you saying on a globe there wouldn't be a point where you'd be directly below the star?
Sorry,
Because that's
you've
what
only
the
got
GP is,
one
right?
point that gives you 90, and that would be on a tangent plane. Well, you've only got your point of tangency extending out with a tangent plane on a globe, and then it isn't the ground position anymore. If I draw a metaphorical dangling ball below this diagram, this point at 90 below the star isn't on the globe ground because it's on a, according to you and your Muppets that try and get around this, it's on a tangent plane. Now, once you've got that tangent plane, well, that's not a measurement of a ground position because it isn't on the ground on the globe. It is on the ground when we measure it on the ground. It's a ground position. It just must be flat to do that.
Well, tangent by definition share a point with the sphere.
Where's a tangent in this? There's no tangents in this diagram. There's no tangent in this diagram. There's no tangent in my diagram. There is no tangent. There's no tangent. Yeah, because there's no tangent in the diagram. There is no tangent.
What are you?
You're talking about tangents.
Hey,
There are no
moderator,
tangents.
One moment, Nathan. I'm just trying to moderate for a second. Just so we could get some clean audio. If we could just not clip each other and
Okay, no worries. I won't clip him again. No problem. I respect the moderation. Thank you very much. There is no tangent. The diagrams I've had flashing up have no tangents in them. What, you just making this up? No, there's no tangent.
I don't think he heard you, but
He said tangent. There isn't one.
Nathan, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. He said stop clipping him.
Okay, great.
I heard you. Now I'm going to say there's no tangent. He started launching into how there's a tangent involved. Can you tell him not to clip me? Can you tell him not to clip me? There's no tangent
Nathan,
in any of the...
him, actually. That's why I came in.
I was in the middle of saying there's no tangent and it sounded like someone started talking through me. There's no tangent in any of the diagrams I've shown for how celestial navigation works. It almost seems like they don't want this point getting through now. It seems like the point's getting rumpused. I'm trying to say there's no tangent in any of the diagrams that have been on screen, and every time I say it, I seem to get rumpus. I'm now going to have to close my Discord line so my audience can hear it without the audio chaos I'm claiming to be causing. There is no tangent in any of these diagrams. It would seem the Discord server don't want to hear it and have decided to cause audio chaos so they can't hear it said clearly once.
Nathan, you were speaking directly over multiple moderators. We're just trying to keep the audio clean. You seem to be making this more difficult than it needs to be.
Thank you. There is no tangent. Nobody was talking when I said it, and I'm starting, and nobody's going to talk through me because obviously we want to keep clear airways. The opponent, back on track, obviously I'm only focused on the debate, said tangent. No diagram presented here today on screen for the live audience of over 100 people had a tangent in it. So I'm not going to let him ramble on in La La Land or get you mods on his side by causing a bit of audio chaos as I stop him in his tracks. There is no tangent. And it won't have ground positions. I've already addressed it. Sounds like someone talking through me as I conclude the point. Tangents won't give you ground positions on the ground because the globe's tangent isn't the ground. We're dealing with ground positions. I've already addressed this. He launched into tangency. We don't have that. That's why I interrupted him.
Actually, you brought a tangent into the conversation. I haven't mentioned
To show how it doesn't work.
Did.
We don't have ground positions on the tangent.
That up,
Yeah, I brought it up. And you won't have ground positions on the end of a tangent in space. That's what I brought up. You obviously didn't listen to me pointing out that the tangent I brought up for your globe won't have a ground position on it. You then automatically went to the tangent I had overcome in advance by pointing out it won't have ground positions on it and started appealing to it. So I interrupted to stop you because you hadn't acknowledged that I had already stated to overcome this that you've launched into, that tangents to globe positions, that's 1 point on the ground. Well, in this example on screen for my audience, you've got multiple points with 90 on the ground. They're ground positions. The globe won't give you that. I overcame it when I brought up tangents. You've now launched into appealing to them. I've already defeated them. That's why I interrupted. The mods didn't pick up on the fact that I'd already overcome that argument because they started telling me off for my interruption. What, to him, utilising tangents he doesn't have? Maybe I should get told off because the moderators feel it's time to start clipping me. Is this me clipping you in the middle of my statement where I tell off your poor moderation? I'd already won and overcome his tangent when he launched into appealing to it. That's why I interrupted. Try and keep up.
Now, can Bacon respond without anyone cutting in on you?
Actually, I'm going to make it. I'm going to make it, Bacon. I'm so sorry, Bacon. I don't mean to interrupt you. Nathan, this is a formal warning. I'm going to shut this down. I don't want you treating people like this. I don't want you talking to me or the mods or anyone like this.
Shut up, you crybaby.
No worries. We'll come back another time. If you can't tolerate me shutting down an appeal to something I've overcome already, I'll just disappear. No worries. I've got a server of more than willing participants over on my own server. So no worries.
Isn't it sad that he apologized to Bacon, the baller? I'm sorry, Bacon. You all are a bunch of bitches, and I was right to call you that. I ain't coming back here.
No, I'll still come back when they're more tolerable. I did point out at the beginning, if they can't tolerate us and they would rather attack me for shutting down an opponent that's utilising an argument I've already overcome and hasn't been acknowledged, and none of the moderators recognise it, it tells me the moderators don't understand the arguments. Okay, fine, no worries. Clearly you don't want me there. I'll disappear and come back when I'm more welcome. Formal warning? All right. What about a formal warning for utilising something that's already been overcome in the debate? No, that guy gets an apology. Because I've cut him off? Yeah, I will cut him off. He's appealing to a tangent that I've already overcome. I'm not going to allow him to do it. Oh, what? You didn't appreciate that I'd already overcome the argument because the mod hadn't paid attention to it either and therefore calls foul on me interrupting him. No, you just don't understand the argument. That's why we've got to keep going back though, Neil, because they don't understand the arguments, otherwise the mods would have caught it and realised my righteousness in interruption when he appeals to a tangent I've already overcome in discussion. Well, that was fun. We got a solid hour out of it, which I'm pleased with, but if they can't tolerate our presence for more than an hour, obviously I'll just leave and come back another time.
Hey, they kicked me. I was wondering, was it your orders? I'm just saying, Bev, put a little bit of doubt in my mind for a second. If I was talking too much, I'm sorry, is all.
No, you weren't talking too much at all. What, you saying they booted you?
Oh, yeah. They booted me for an hour. And then I left the server. I'm not going to go back there. I'll hang out in, main text over here during the next time or something like that and just watch live. It'll be all right. I'm all right.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I still want to go back. My intention is to make friends and influence. So, I will go back next week, providing I get permission from their server operator, as opposed to one of the overzealous moderators, giving me a formal warning for winning.
I can dig it because I mean it's a big
They
it's a big
apologized
deal
to
what's going
Bacon. Did
on.
anybody hear that? He apologized to the baller and treated Nathan like he was dirt. Am I in freaking bizarro world?
Nah, you're not in Bizarro Land. Still, eventful show.
It was cute though. I heard somebody say, "Huh, nobody claims we're getting an angle off a curved surface." Like what? Are you guys serious?
Yeah, the Globers literally feel that if they can claim, yeah, of course we're using a flat Earth. Nobody's claiming we're measuring Earth spherical to get these measurements. You're like, yeah, that's where we win. But they're not recognising that yet. It's going to take more time, isn't it? Which is heartbreaking, but
More
there we
time?
go.
Did you hear what Jeremy said?
What? Have you done
Did
it?
you hear what Jeremy was saying?
Have you done it? It's not a personal attack, but have you personally done this? That's a personal attack. Anyway.
No, the fact that he was sitting with ballers. Ballers have showed me that he went on a ship with a baller. Is that what he's telling me? He went out to do celestial navigation with a baller.
Yeah, like Jaren with MC Toon. MC Toon said it worked. Off a tangent to a point in space that's not a ground position. Yeah, that's not a ground position. That doesn't work. Well, if I use a tangent, stop. I've just debunked how a tangent won't work. Don't interrupt him, Nathan. You're clipping the audio. Anyway.
She doesn't stop, and nothing she says that is true doesn't lead to another lie.
We missed the start of that. Is that Adam?
I was just saying I was white knighting during the time a little bit. I was trying because it's from the very beginning of watching this show. It's always been, what have I just said to you? And they'll tell you the next point, or they'll ask you a question. They won't tell you what you just said, so that you know that they understand what you just said, and that we as an audience know that they understand what you just said, or they know. I got off on a little tangent. My bad.
No, at all. That's the focus. What I am trying to achieve is exactly that. Have you acknowledged how I've won here? And the answer is no. If the mods had recognised the win, they'd understand the argument. Now, they're saying, oh, we've got the live stream streamed into the Discord server so they can see what I'm presenting on screen right now. Okay, well, if you understand how that works and they start describing tangents, well, from your position tangent to the ground where you make the measurement, none of these positions are therefore on the globe ground anymore. Well, they're not on the ground, and it's navigation of the ground. That's the end of the argument. So the moment they start appealing to tangents, when I'd already covered that once, with Bacon, and they start saying, oh, no, don't clip him. Why? It's just appealed to a tangent. Out in space with no ground positions on it? I'd said it to Brenda 6 times, didn't get an acknowledgement from her either. And again, the moderators aren't picking up on that fact, because they don't know the arguments, do they? They don't appreciate where the argument's been won. So we won when we measure a flat plane. They need to measure it too. They just need to subvert away from it as much as possible. They don't know that, so they don't know what's being modded. They just hear me interrupting and cry foul.
And that's
First
where I
of
was
all, you
kicked,
dealt
and
with
that's
Brenda
what's
last
noticed
week.
to me.
Say again, Adam.
Go ahead,
Hold on,
Neil.
One more time, Adam.
No, go ahead, Neil. You're all right.
You dealt with Brenda last week. She came back with the same thing this week. You dealt with Bacon last week, and he came back with the same thing this week. And that's how they're going to operate over there. They're not paying attention. They're only paying attention to mod. Let me properly mod, and they're doing it wrong.
Not wrong. They just know that an interruption's bad. Because typically an interruption will come when someone's losing. As opposed to, I've already dealt with this. Why are you now rinsing in it and repeating it back into the argument when it's already been dealt with? Oh, well, you brought it up. Yeah, to overcome it. Did you acknowledge how I overcame it? No, you started appealing to it. You've interrupted.
Right, that's how they're not modding correctly. They're not paying attention. If they were doing a great job moderating, they would have shut Bacon down and said, you have not responded to what Nathan put forth. They would have shut Brenda down and said, you have not responded.
I just left there. They're still freaking out, like, about how rude Nathan is. It's funny. That's all they took from it. Oh, Nathan's rude.
Yeah, they're not getting the arguments.
That's
why I dropped them, to be honest, because, yeah, I can get rude and irritated when people aren't getting the point. I will get rude because it's irritating to me. Mm-hmm. It's rude when they don't acknowledge my points that are carefully refined and have been carefully phrased and have had to be fought through noise gates and people interrupting me to make the point concise. And once you make the point nice and concise and you've definitely got it heard, you've definitely put it through in clear airwaves, it gets entirely ignored. I see that as rude, and it's going to piss me off. But that's not acknowledged. No. Just the point of irritation when I've repeated the same thing 16 times, and then it gets appealed to as a rebuttal by one of the people that I've just literally put it to.
It's weathering, though. You can tell that... sorry.
No, you go ahead this time.
I was just saying, you can tell it's changing stuff. That, like the way that we, and even other flirts besides the ones that hang out with us, are arguing, and the things that we are arguing. You can tell that they are changing. It's maybe a hard sell at first, and then maybe it's a tough transition, but it's definitely changing a little.
Well, here's the thing. All of them are behind Witsit 100%. Every one of them that interfere with Nathan are Witsit boys. That's number one. Number two, they built that channel to be totally opposite from Flat Earth Debate. They're not going to be rude. They're not going to overtalk. This is what they did. Because they consider us doing that. But if you listen carefully, that's not what Nathan does.
I had a plumber here while that was going on, right? And obviously the plumber can hear through whatever it is, a thin partition door rather. So my wife just came in and went, yeah, the plumber's gone, the toilet's now not leaking, great. I'm like, what, did he overhear any of the conversation? She was like, oh yeah. She said he had a horrified look on his face while he was screwing down the toilet. Not because of the toilet.
That's hilarious.
I like that when a workman comes and goes without me having to interrupt my show, because there was a possibility of cancellation today. I was like, if we're going to have water turned off and kids screaming and, general chaos when you've got to do anything with plumbing. And I don't want to do it. It's me that originally installed the toilet, and all the screws have, over the last 20 years, rusted, and now the toilet's starting to shift in its position, so it started leaking. I'm like, that is not something I want to do.
It's like that part in Fear and Loathing where the guy comes into the bathroom and Johnny Depp's snorting, I guess, LSD off some guy's sleeve, and he goes, that guy's life was forever changed.
I don't really understand the connection. I do know the scene.
I remember it was men behind doors getting kicks they'll never know.
So Nathan, what did you just leave there? Because I got disconnected. I didn't leave, even though I said I'm leaving, but I didn't leave. I got disconnected. What happened?
They gave me a warning, so I thought this is my time to leave. If they're going to give me warnings for being aggressive with people, fair enough, I am. I've been wound up by people ignoring every point I make and then rinsing and repeating things that I've already overcome. So it's like, it's going to wind you up, me particularly. So at the point that they're like, well, now you're, doing something that we find so objectionable that I'm going to say, here's your warning. Right, okay, fine, I'll leave then. Does Adam just join the show so he can join after the show's finished and he doesn't need me to let him in?
Yeah, you might have to let Adam in.
No, I have. I let him in and then he just immediately drops, presumably so he doesn't need an entrance pass from me after the show's finished. What did you lot make of it? I think we still need to work on Earth Awakenings as much as it's going to reach the exact same. Last time I got the objection, I was like, all right, we'll go tomorrow then. My attitude hasn't changed.
I was
I think we're done
offended,
there,
but
Nathan. It started out with
visit
F.
them if you
Montreal
want me to.
right from the beginning. He's offended. You're never going to get through to the offended woman.
He's got a right to be offended.
I think it's cool to go back there, but I think you should avoid Brenda. I think Brenda is not honest and kind of ruins the whole thing.
I think you have enough footage of Brenda and of Bear, and that there's enough people to move on.
Nah. The point that I'll feel that we need to move on from Earth Awakenings is the point that they, for example, if it was the same exact scenario and one of the mods goes, but you haven't addressed the fact that the tangent won't give you ground position. You just keep appealing to that tangent. When they, as moderators, recognise where the argument's been won, that's where I'll feel that, okay, our job's done now. We don't need to keep pestering Earth Awakenings and rubbing them up the wrong way, getting warnings off them, because that's not what I'm there for. Yeah? I want them to recognise the point.
So maybe Brenda and Bear are the perfect ones to go against anywhere, anytime, really. If they're just going to be they're going to use the same stuff over and over. That's showably wrong. It's provably wrong.
Yeah. As I say, but until that's been
I don't know if
drilled
showably is
home
a
with them
word.
never overcoming the argument, the moderators won't see how it's a winning point. So they're going to step on me and tell me off for interrupting people, even though I'm righteous in doing so. They don't understand why I'm righteous in doing so, so they're going to just tell me off for interrupting people.
Might be, hi Nathan. I don't know if there's any way that one of us, or somebody can maybe put, diagrams in there for you. I know you're running a live show. Might be handy to do that just so they can properly. Then they can't see what you're suggesting is happening. So if that's a possibility somehow, might be helpful.
Maybe I just see it as a ruse. You don't need the diagrams.
No, we don't. I don't. I can just picture it all in my head. But I don't know.
And like a show, like for the show, to explain what you're talking about as you're talking about it, that would take some editing. That would take more editing than you'd want to do if you're trying to edit in like a day, every day. Ugh, I can imagine.
Yeah, that's why I have the slideshow, though,
Hold
so
on.
there's appropriate pictures that flash up at the time.
Yeah, that's all you need for that. That's like what they're doing is you're explaining to somebody how a gun works, and they say, "Have you shot a gun?" What the hell is the point? We're telling you exactly how it works in the manuals that they gave. This is Globe Earth manuals, not Flat Earth manuals.
It's just like
it's
reading
not like the slideshow. Go ahead.
My
Oh,
gold
no,
plan
go ahead.
analogy is
It's
better.
just like reading an ingredients of a meal and the method of doing it. Before you do it, you understand what you need. You understand what you're going to have to do. You might not do it, but you know what's required. Sorry, Neil.
Did you bake the cake?
Yeah, bearing in mind, it's that analogy, but with the cookbook, and you go to the library, and you go to the cash register with the cookbook that describes how to cook cakes. You put it in front of the cashier, and you go, "Have you ever made a cake?" And they go, "What? I'm just selling you a book. Have you ever made a cake? Have you ever made a cake from this book?" "No, I haven't, no." "Well, then the entire library should be burned to the ground."
I was in a different library, and they showed me a book on boiling eggs.
No, that's not the
they
comparison.
Can make a cake
No,
with boiling
stop. They weren't in a different library. I was at the bus stop, and someone told me, blah, 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 therefore cakes don't need ovens.
Yeah, there you go. That's a better one.
Like, you're begging the question that the cake needs an oven. No, I'm not begging the question that the cake needs an oven. It needs an oven. It's in the recipe. No, you're begging the question that you'll need an oven. No, I'm not. It's a prerequisite to cook the cake.
Container.
Yeah, you're tying that into the flat Earth required. I like that, Nathan.
Look, man, they're at the Dingleberry Earth stage that we were at 3 years ago. As much as it's demeaning to put them in that place, we've been there, and I hate to say it in those ways because I know everyone will scowl when I say it in that manner. We've been there, man. We know better. We do. We have been there. They don't understand Dingleberry Earth yet, do they? That's what this is. We've even got a bloody term for it. Dingleberry Earth? What's Dingleberry Earth? An Earth that's not being referenced dangled beneath a tangent plane that won't have ground positions on it. That's where they're at. They don't understand Dingleberry Earth yet.
So maybe if you insist on going back, you take them back and start explaining the Dingleberry Earth to them.
Yeah, now we know that. Now we can start getting to the root of their understanding. But notice I'm not appealing to what, I don't know, Brenda acknowledged in debate, only when I'm actually in debate with her. But after the fact, I don't give a crap. It's more, do the moderators recognise how the argument's going? So they know where and when to step in. Where is reasonable? Where acknowledgements haven't been given and then appealed to for a second time. If you don't know how the argument works, you don't know that that's happening. When someone says tangent, well, I just want to hear how the tangent works. You don't know how the tangent works, then do you? You want to hear the opponent lay it out for you. So as far as you, the flat earth person who's moderating this discussion, you don't know how the tangent works and you want Brenda, the enemy, to explain it to you. That's how you end up like Jeremy. Well, I was told at the bus stop that they didn't need an oven for cakes. What have you got to say about it? I've got diagrams that show it does need a bloody oven.
I just hear that word and automatically hear begging a question. Because even the guy said it. Well, he's talking about a tangent. Obviously meets a sphere at a point. And in my head, all I think of is, what sphere? The one you're trying to prove? That one?
Yeah, the one
Are you
dangling
kidding?
beneath the plane that isn't going to be referenced in any way. The plane, the tangent plane, will be referenced. How is it a reference if it's out in space? Oh, that doesn't matter. Let's just move past the fact that we're going to be needing a flat plane to reference, and the dingleberry Earth that's dangling beneath it isn't referenced in any way, shape, or form. I've assumed it and dangled it below the plane I'm measuring. But that's all good, right? Because if I can get that plane and get a measurement from it, I can draw parallel light rays to hell in the globe that was dangling beneath the plane we just measured that's out in space that isn't ground positions.
Yeah, but that's cool. At that point, we could just say we're not talking about the ground when we're navigating the ground.
That's what they did say, Chocolate. They did say that. Again, the moderators didn't pick up on
I
that.
didn't really hear that.
Yeah, they said that.
Yeah. Again, that's why we need to go back. Not so that we can convince Bacon when he tells us, well, let's not worry about what the ground is. We're not dealing with the ground. This is a problem. No, it's only a problem because it's not the spherical ground when you reference a plane. That's a problem for you. Again, the mods there don't get the argument yet.
Hey, Nathan, do you want me to read me Dingleberry poem?
Yeah, definitely. Everyone mute up, please.
It's called The Dying Dingleberry.
Within seconds,
things.
I love it.
It's called The Dying Dingleberry.
Try it one more time, right? Everybody mute up. We're going to hear a bit of beautiful poetry from a beautiful man named Wandek.
The Dying Dingleberry. Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, what are you doing there? Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, just hanging in the air. Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, the angle doesn't care. Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, curved angles are somewhat rare. Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, your dying day has come. All we need is a flat horizon, angle, and a GP that's plumb. Oh, Dingleberry, Dingleberry, flat earth navigation has won.
I love it.
Nice.
Absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that hits everything.
That's it, right? We're writing poetry about the subject, and over in another fellow compadre server, they don't know anything about this. And they're more worried that we're sharing our gold mine with them. Sad.
Over in another server is Brenda.
You think that's the main problem?
No, Brian says all the time that they talk to ballers too much, and ballers get inside their head, and they trick them. That's the bottom line. Maybe you should go back when you go there, start explaining how they get everything from the center of the earth. Maybe we need to go through everything Tent has taught us. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, well, we need to, as I said to you before when you were talking about Dave Weiss, in order to do that, you've got to get them on your side. Well, hence me making a swift exit when they're telling me off and giving me warnings. Obviously, that's going to result in me getting banned eventually rather than getting them on our side so that they understand these arguments.
No. I don't blame anyone. I don't think it's fair to name and shame Quantum Eraser for doing that.
Did you like that?
So what I've suggested is we aren't going to make friends and influence people. For example, labeling this server the land of misfit toys, and it's unfair to lay these things at Quantum Eraser's door. I pissed myself. That was friggin' hilarious.
In a format of being subtle, relinquishing all subtlety is very humorous, in my opinion.
That's Nathan, you beautiful bastard. You.
Yeah, but they didn't get the name right. They thought they called themselves the Broken Toys.
The land of broken toys.
That's what S.C. Montreal said. You called us the land of broken toys.
Yeah, I had to tell my, as much as this pains me to say it, QE, right? I had to tell my youngest daughter off today, right? She went to a swimming lesson and she just misbehaved, did whatever she liked. And at the end, she got out of the pool to me with my curled finger going, "Come here." She got out and went, "That was the best lesson ever. I had so much fun." I went, "You are in so much trouble." What? Because she had the massive smile slapped over her face while she was quite literally smacking the pool instructor on the head with a pool noodle as he's trying to teach her how to jump in, right? He takes it off her, puts it on the side, and then when he's got his back turned, she ran and got another one and smacked him on the head with that.
Nice.
It was painfully embarrassing. Anyway, the point is that while you're doing this, QE, you think it's hilarious, don't you? You're having the most fun while you call them the land of misfit toys. But as you heard from SC Montreal, it really doesn't help, does it?
Oh boy, that's good. I'm gonna tape it. I'm gonna record it. You're beautiful, man. Just beautiful. Now, I didn't listen to anything further. I stopped right because I was just flipping through when I woke up. I didn't go any further. I don't know what happened.
What happened was they acted like a bunch of bitches again.
Neil, I could throttle him. They just don't know. It seems unreasonable from our perspective if a moderator... Let's put yourself in their shoes. Have a bit of empathy, Neil. From their perspective, they get one side of the argument from me, and the moment the opponent starts to respond, well, on the tangent, I immediately cut him off. There is no tangent. None of these diagrams have got tangents through the top of him. They just go, Nathan's rumpusing him. Yeah, I am. I'm interrupting him because he's appealed to something I've already overcome. Yeah? Now, am I going to get to say that in 10 seconds? No. There's going to be audio chaos for 3 minutes. And at the point that they side with the opponent because he has been interrupted, he then gets to appeal to his tangent again. What does that tell me? It tells me that they hear the interruption and see it as a foul. And typically, an interruption means a tactical foul when you're losing. Therefore, this person's just causing audio chaos. Let's tell him off. Right. That's reasonable. So I can only go back in afterwards and go, yeah, as far as you're concerned, I just interrupted him. Therefore, you're going to tell me off. I'll have to accept that. I overstepped the line. What I expect isn't what I'm getting, and the reason is because the argument hasn't been laid out clearly. Now, with SC Montreal in mind saying, what's that? You want to come and tell us what's what and straighten us out? Yeah, I do. You don't like that? Well, if you recognise where Dingleberry Earth isn't giving you ground positions, you'd step in and mod and do that, but you're not. You're bent at the moment, and you do need setting straight. Now, he doesn't know that, and he'll probably, when he gets told, SC Montreal, they were talking about you again on one of the after shows. Yeah, we were. SC Montreal doesn't know these arguments. If he did, he'd be stepping in and modding and going, I know something about this that the opponent on the globe side doesn't. Dingleberry Earth won't give him ground positions. He didn't know that, so he didn't step in. Therefore, his line of tact in terms of moderation is there an interruption or not? Nathan's rude. So, fair enough.
No, it's more than that. QE, Jeremy came in and said, started questioning Nathan if he ever done this, since we're going to declare that Earth is measured flat, because he's been around ballers, and they showed him that it could be done on a globe celestial navigation.
Told him.
Told him. Not showed him, told him. That's what I heard anyway.
Yeah, told him.
Again, I addressed that and said, well, no, my last response from Brenda in asking her to give me a diagram with a curved adjacent or curved baseline, she didn't give me anything because they don't have anything. Them telling you that they can do it on a globe. Well, I've seen circles and stuff. Well, your advanced knowledge absolutely overwhelms me, Jeremy.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Her first response to that was, I don't have permission to post anything. After she was given permission to post something, crickets. So, yeah.
Why don't you share your screen, Nathan? Share your screen.
But yeah, we've got work to do. That's all that means. And I completely deviated what I intended to do there. What I intended to do there was make friends with them and not necessarily enter into a debate. Instead of that, Bacon, Brenda managed to get me rinsing and repeating with them, re-illustrating the point over and over again to the point of irritation where the mod stepped in. That's how it actually worked out. Instead of going, come on, guys, we want to be your friends. We want you to argue in the best possible way and win. Can't you see how that'll be beneficial? No, I'm pretty sure I can do that by myself. Okay.
Send in Brenda.
One more time.
I think you're like, let's make friends, and then someone's like, send in Brenda.
Really?
Thing is, what Nathan's explaining and what we're on about, and they're asking for diagrams. I mean, what all we're talking about, we're talking about a few things. One of them is the horizon, yeah, which is, the line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet. So it's referencing Earth's surface. So we're talking about the horizon, which is referencing Earth's surface. And we're talking about celestial navigation. Now, we're going to be using that horizon to establish horizontal. So we're using the horizon, which is referencing Earth's surface, to establish horizontal. So what's horizontal? Well, it's parallel to the plane of the horizon. Yeah? And then if you look at what a plane is a flat surface on which a straight line joining any 2 points on it will wholly lie. So we've got plane, horizontal, horizon, and then we're working at the sea level. Yeah, these GPs will be on the sea level, which is
with circles.
We're using the horizon and horizontal, and the level is the horizontal plane. I can't, it's all horizontal level and planes. If you can't picture that in your mind when someone's talking about them simple things, then they've got an issue.
Well, one deck. Have you done this? Because the Globers showed me, and they told me that it can be done in a globe. So if we're going to use this as an argument, argument, you say? I love that you picked right up on that, Nathan. What argument?
Have you ever
Well, we're using the globe. We're using the horizon, which is Earth's surface, and it's horizontal.
Yeah, but you haven't done it, have you?
No. I've baked a cake, though.
Guys, why would you think we're talking about the ground when we're talking about the ground? What's wrong with you guys?
Yeah, they literally do say we're not dealing with the ground when it means that it's not the globe ground anymore because the measurement's flat. So, well, we're not talking about the ground. We can draw out an imaginary plane. Number one, if you're supposed to be proving the globe, shouldn't the first thing you reference be the globe surface and how globular it is? No. No, what we'll do when we're navigating the ground is we'll draw out an imaginary plane in space that's not touching any ground. And we'll make sure that you understand we're not dealing with the ground that's globe-shaped. This isn't about the ground that we're about to navigate. We all clear? Not the ground. No, we are navigating the ground. It's just not your globe ground.
They're dynamic equivalents.
I've not heard that one before. Dynamic equivalents? No, we're actually measuring stuff. There's no dynamic equivalence being done when you make a measurement and draw out circles of equal elevation. You're not making equivalence to anything.
That's not what I heard on InfoWars last night.
I was just going to say, more important is InfoWars. Have you heard that nonsense yet?
I had 25 seconds. I skipped to the middle, and somebody's saying, nah, Earth's definitely a globe. And he's like, no, we know it's flat because we measured. And then he fades to nothing. That was the bit I caught.
Well, that's pretty convincing.
What? This was on InfoWars?
I don't know. I've always been of the belief that.
Can you hear
it?
AJ?
Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter.
AJ, hello.
Hello.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you, AJ. Hey. Apologies.
No, that's all right. Sorry. I was just going to say that for a long time I've been of the opinion that this Alex Jones show, he's paid opposition, or he's at least part of it, yeah. And I got my own reasons for that. But after watching what I watched, I really felt that it supported that theory even further, yeah, because I think all they've done there is that you could see that guy, he had no idea what he was talking about. He had his little earpiece in his ear. He was being told
what to say back to Whitsitt. Whitsitt didn't do a very good job either. And I think that any of these truthers that now follow these guys are going to be turned away from Flat Earth. And I believe that that was the whole plan of having him there to begin with, yeah?
That's correct. That's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I did see it. Actually, I lie. It wasn't just 25 seconds. I did see, I think it's Flat Earth Tests, trimmed out a section yesterday that was about a minute and a half, 2 minutes long. And it's just Whitsitt babbling on about etheric planes and toroidal stuff with pictures of toroidal fields on screen.
Well, the first thing the other guy said was, I'm not interested in any scientific evidence. I'm not interested that, you know, this doesn't align or that doesn't align or that isn't science or that isn't. As soon as he said that, there's no point in going any further, is there? You don't want to deal with reality, so what are we debating? Your beliefs.
Yeah.
Well, he could have straightened them out right there and said it's not about science when we're discussing the nature of Earth. It falls out of the scientific method, and could have broke that down from a little further.
But to answer your question, yes, it then becomes about their belief versus Whitsitt's belief, which is absurd when it comes to etheric nonsense. So it's stacking up his etheric nonsense with a belief in a globe. And everybody who's watching, for the majority of the cases, will already have a belief in the globe and therefore be biased towards that regardless. So what's the actual stimulus that's coming from the opponent? Nonsense waffle about ether, toroidal fields.
I don't know. I found it very hard to listen to. I was getting really frustrated just sitting there listening to it.
I wonder how much he got paid for that.
Who cares?
Yeah, I think it's done a great disservice to the Flat Earth community. That's my belief.
Yeah, and he took money to do it.
But has it done a disservice, or has it just not really made a positive impact on convincing the world they've been deceived or proving it's measured flat? Has it just not done a good service for that, or has it actually been detrimental?
Well, I feel it's been detrimental, yeah, because like I said, Alex Jones has got a big following of so-called truthers who are now going to say, well, no, Flat Earth's not truth, yeah. We've seen this debate. We've seen our, what would you call them? I don't know, our gods, yeah. Alex Jones and his crew show the Flat Earthers that they're incorrect. So now we've got this group of truthers that won't be willing to look at FE.
Did they show how he was incorrect?
No, they didn't. But you could see the other guy was definitely getting fed information through an earpiece, and he would just say, "No, that's not correct. Earth's a ball," or "No, that's not correct. This is how it's done." And he was incorrect in what he was saying, but Whitsitt didn't sort of pull him up or address it. It was sort of like he was winning the points. Especially if you don't know what you're looking at, yeah. If you're just another glober who's following along, I don't think it looked very good.
I wonder how it would have went if he would have started off that Earth is measured flat and laid that down first.
A lot better, probably. Well, that's our crusade at the moment, isn't it?
Whitsitt was doing a debate with somebody on Infowars. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, you're a bit far off your mic.
Interesting.
Hey, Adam.
Well, and that's funny itself because even Infowars a couple of years ago did a video, just one video on Flat Earth, but it's actually a pretty good video considering it's coming from Infowars. And at the time it came out, it was pretty good. So it's kind of funny that now he's on there having a debate. It's interesting.
They showed their hand really early. So, do you know who Stephen Chess is?
I remember that name, yes. Yeah. What about him?
He's a big InfoWars fan, about it's probably more than that. Probably 10 years ago now, right? Just when Flat Earth was starting to take a bit of a hold in YouTube terms, he contacted Alex Jones via the phone on one of the live shows, got through to him, and he said, love your show, got all your products. And then very cleverly, he started naming off a couple of products that he'd used in his experience with them. Then he said, Earth is flat, and started to get into why. And before it even started, really, he was cut off by Alex Jones. The conversation was ended, and it was declared to the audience that he was a kook, and that was a prank call. Now, because Stephen had been careful enough to make it clear that he was a genuine audience member and had admiration for Alex Jones, and then mentioned the flat Earth to bring it up in conversation, only to be immediately cut off by Alex Jones, it really revealed that platform, or in that, at the very least, Alex Jones's deeper motivations, let's just say, by the way he dealt with it.
Well, Alex Jones did jump into the conversation about halfway through. So they were talking about the moon being a sphere. And the other guy was just saying, listen, I don't care. I see it as a sphere. Again, that was sort of what I was saying. It was like that point got left and Whitsett said, well, you know, I can see how you'd see it as a sphere, rather than sort of debating the point. But then Alex Jones just jumped in and goes, well, me and my daddy, we used to sit out there and we used to look at all these other planets with our telescope. There you go, globe. And then walked off. Debate over.
Yeah, so he was there to be hand waved.
He did the same thing to Eddie Bravo, though, didn't he?
Come again?
He did the same thing to Eddie Bravo. As soon as Eddie Bravo brought it up, he changed the subject. Didn't want to talk about it.
You can look at that in many different ways. If you're looking for your affirmation bias for your globe, then you'll go, yeah, he's right. I see the stars globe. Now I can stop thinking about it. Like Alex Jones has just inferred I should do. Because he's not thinking about it, I won't think about it. He knows from his telescope. All right, so you looked up at the sky, and now you know that the world's a globe. Okay, that's your standard. Good for you.
Retard.
Would you do InfoWars?
I did get the feeling, though.
I wouldn't do InfoWars.
I did get the feeling that if... No,
Sorry.
I wouldn't either. And I did get the feeling that if he pushed back, they would have booted him really quick. Yeah, I think that's why he was being a little bit careful in the way he was answering as well.
Yeah,
because...
but it would have looked a lot better you push back. Let them kick you.
Yeah, that's the objection that our opponents have here, right? We won't take any shit. And when they start it, it's going to get sorted out immediately. Well, regardless of InfoWars being on the globe side, if you're trying to put your position, admirable though it may be from Whitsett's side of the fence, he's got to toe the line. He knows that he's on dodgy territory to get kicked out when he wants to get his message out. Well, you know, in that respect, you know, he has got to toe a fine line. So it's a hard thing to do. And if he knows straight away that he's dealing with someone hostile that could eject him at any moment or just cut the conversation entirely, I don't know if it was pre-record because they could just not publish it. That happened to me. So I did the Vice interview. They invited me back to do a summary of the year, or they called it a year in review. What they had was all of the people that they'd done pieces on over the last 6 months, all in a room together, just talking about the year and what had happened, and one of the subjects that came up was Flat Earth. Now, me, in my usual manner, debated it. You know, when people were like, oh no, I just disregard it because of like that, because the stars, I've looked at the stars, they're all round. And I'd debate them there and then. Now, as a consequence of me doing exactly that, overcoming the points that were put to me, they just axed the entire piece. Just didn't publish it. Now, we're not going to use that. Oh, really? Why not? It didn't quite fit in what we were doing. What, a year in review? Okay, no worries. But that's what happens. If you win and they don't want you to be winning, they just axe the whole piece. So from one perspective, at least he got published. At least he's talking about Flat Earth. Now, is it what we want to be talking about? No. Are they contacting us? No. Would I say yes if they asked me? Depends. I'd have to obviously assess the person. Maybe they've got a really good team member to bullshit you, to lull you into a false sense of security. But I tend to be pretty good at sniffing that out. By past experience, I've always sniffed out the ones that have then later come out as being god-awful hit pieces, and I've turned them down. No, I'm all right. And then they end up whacking the person over the head with a big fat fish for everyone to read about or see. You're like, glad I turned that down.
See, with InfoWars, I would think it would be a good idea to find. I mean, I don't know. It's been a while since I really looked into whatever InfoWars is doing. But obviously, Alex Jones is the one to go to for that. He's definitely not the one. But I would say find another reporter there, or maybe like the one that did that report on Flat Earth years ago. I don't know if he's still there, but I don't know. There's got to be somebody there that's slightly more open to it, at least a discussion, as opposed to just like a debate. Because, like I said, even they posted a video on it that was pretty decent. So I don't know why. I don't know why that would be a problem, but you know, everybody wants to be
whatever the
debater now.
circumstance, it won't be us. So if tomorrow Earth being flat was accepted as already being understood by everybody, well, obviously, yeah, after the rebellion and the fighting against it, it will eventually reach that point. By which point, people who are more malleable, easy to work with, controllable, they'll be in the position to take all the credit for letting the world know Earth is flat. That is to say, it won't be us exposing the world to it. We'll get it out to a point where the world will understand and appreciate that that is obviously and observably the case. Duh, obviously, we already knew that. But it will be ascribed to other entities. That is to say, it won't be suddenly the case that they're lining us up for interviews for letting the world know over the last 20 years that Earth is flat.
Oh, no.
And
We're
that's
going
all
to be
right.
the famous ones.
Doesn't have to be. It's the message that needs to be famous, not us. I don't care about that.
Yeah, I completely agree. That's an excellent sentiment. That's kind of what we were trying to, or I was trying to lay down in Earth Awakenings earlier, right? And getting annoyed when it's laid at my door about whether or not I've done something. Like, okay, I've given you 2 examples: my sister and a guy who used to be a fisherman that's done this. So what? Does that now alleviate your objection? Of course it doesn't. No, because it's, have you done it? That's not a personal attack. Have you done it though?
What about Johnny?
Awakenings today?
Yeah, Eli, I wanted Jeremy. Oh my God, you would have flipped out on Jeremy. But I brought them to Johnny Bernhard. Why didn't they contact him? He's done it numerous amount of times.
Because that's not what they want. They want to attack me. They want to dress it up as though it isn't.
Jeremy came in and said, Nathan, if we're going to be saying that Earth is measured flat, then have you done this celestial navigation? Because ballers are telling me that it could be done in a ball. They even showed me circles and everything.
Did he say?
So he didn't listen at all.
No.
To the argument.
And did he lay the same standard at their door? Did he suggest? Ballers have told me verbally, without citation, that they can do it. Have you done it? Why? Because the ballers have got their videography of them going out to sea with sextants and doing it, like you're charging me with needing to do. No, they've just told you that it can be done on a ball in a way that you don't really understand and can't iterate to me now. Therefore, I need to tell you that I've done it physically. These skewed standards are outrage as far as I'm concerned, but they get laid at my door every time we're in that server.
They kicked us out. They asked us to leave.
No, they didn't. I left of my own volition because I was getting warned and I don't want to get banned. I'm getting wound up, so it's like, fine, if you're going to be giving me warnings, best I leave.
They apologized to Bacon, the baller, and treated Nathan like he was dirt. Oh, I'm so sorry, Bacon, for interrupting you. Nathan, you piece of shit.
Yeah. Yeah, well.
Yeah, same as last time. There was endless interruptions from Brenda. Yeah, she eventually gets muted. Does she get a warning? No, does she hell? Should we just let our rabid dog out of its box again? Yeah, take her off mute. It'll get all right wind up.
That's so sad. That's the rabid dog that they got to release. Release the hounds. And it's Brenda. We're with the phenomenology of a shoe.
Chocolate, what happened to Jeremy, man?
You need to listen to the show.
Bro, I don't know, man. Like, I got in a little bit late. And when I walked in, the first thing I heard him argue with telling Nathan was, "Yeah, but the Globers said they could get an angle off a curved surface." I'm just saying that, like, did I just walk into a phantom zone or something? What the hell?
They've made friends with the Globers. Basically, the Globers have achieved what I was suggesting we should be achieving in there, making friends and influencing people. So Jeremy's telling us how a Globers made friends with him and influenced him into believing that you can get areas of equal elevation on a globe. He's seen the circles and stuff.
That's exactly what was said. Yep. And it didn't start out good, Eli. SC Montreal came right in and was all offended because he heard that we're going to set them straight.
The arrogance of us. It's true.
He was offended by what he heard, that Nathan called them the land of broken toys.
Yeah, broken toys. And he didn't say who said it, though. He kept that secret to himself, Nathan.
I did keep that
Yeah, I
secret to
don't
myself.
know. These guys, like, Jeremy inboxed me one time about something I said. Like, they tried to address me about something. I was like, yeah, so what? You guys suck. What do you want me to say? Every time I come here, it's don't do this, don't do that. Baller, have a seat, drink some tea. Why the fuck shouldn't I say y'all suck?
But I did interrupt somebody who was appealing to the tangents that I would already overcome. So my bad.
Yeah, that's terrible. Did you pop him the question?
Which one?
Why? What happened to you guys?
Yeah, I hinted at that being the question that was suggested to be asked. I did not directly ask it.
Yeah,
Okay.
and I thought you were gonna. It was looking like you were gonna ask them, and then you just stopped.
You've got free reign to open your mic at any point, though, haven't you, Neil?
They won't take it well from me.
What, they take it better from me, who they love and adore and worship and suggest they should follow? No, Neil, no.
Yeah, I should have came in and said, what the heck happened to you? You, Rakia, you were all on board, and like QE said, fighting the good fight, and then all of a sudden, you're FED bad.
I don't know, maybe there is a certain level of self-assessment that I need to engage myself in when I'm getting annoyed that I'm not getting acknowledgement for the points I'm putting. Like I've said at the beginning of the show, if they're not understanding these points, then how can I expect them to understand where fair moderation's required? They just hear the interruption. So that's something we can remedy. It's just going to take longer than I expected. No, just a silence. Do I need to make an attitude adjustment?
I don't think so.
It's not getting me very far very fast, though, is it? It's just getting me told off.
I think you may need to get.
I think with
Earth
Awakenings,
AJ then QE. Hold on, QE.
I think you.
Get AJ then
brother.
QE.
All right, all I was going to say was I think that Earth Awakenings, the moderators really think they demand some sort of respect, yeah? And I think that they have to also realize that you're trying to run a show, yeah? And, you know, I asked you a question last week in politics. I said, do you want to talk to this guy again? And you said, no. Why the hell would I want to talk to that idiot again? And then someone else messaged me and said, oh, what are you letting Nathan speak to you like that for? I said, oh, man, I haven't got an issue. It's his show. Yeah, this is how he runs his show. I felt I should have asked a question. He gave me a very clear answer. I'm not offended, yeah? I don't take offense to that. I know how you run your shows. They seem to take offense to this type of stuff, and they demand that they have some sort of respect. I feel that's the biggest issue I've seen. It seems to be with the moderation team that are taking themselves very seriously.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Eli, you're eating on on open mic.
My bad.
No worries. Fortunately, it's the after show. Go on. Kiwi's waiting. Hello. Go ahead, Kiwi.
Hell, I forgot what I was going to say. What was the subject?
Probably wasn't very important. You go and have a nice hot
Was that D
chocolate.
Rose?
He asked if Nathan should have an attitude adjustment. He said,
Oh,
should he
that's
change
right.
his attitude?
Thanks, Neil. Maybe say it 3 times. Are you saying that Nathan asked about an attitude adjustment?
I did.
I think you need to be a little bit more aggressive.
A bit more aggressive, a bit more assertive. Get the plumber's ears pricked up even more.
Assertive, good word. I'll shift it out. Word, good. Yes.
I said it one time.
Shut up, Neil.
So to jog your memory.
Said it twice.
No, I was finishing a sentence.
So that whole time we were over there, the time before when Brian had gave a succinct response to some dude, asking about measurement, a flat Earth measurement. If we could say that you're measuring flat when you're taking elevation angles. I like. Hey, wait, like it's like Jeremy's always out to lunch when the flat earthers are speaking. Then he comes back. He is like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! What's going on here, Oakley? Why are you going crazy?"
That's exactly how he is. Oh shit! Yeah, they didn't hear anything Brian said. For him to even come in and say that today demonstrates he didn't hear a word Brian said.
That's okay. You just got to keep saying it. Hopefully in a more positive tone, slightly less aggressive.
Oh, there's positives that came out of it. At least they know now they're the land of misfit toys.
Yeah, they thought it was broken, so at least we got the name straight. Misfit. Broken means that you were once fixed. No, we ain't gonna give you that. Use our misfits.
That need straightening out, and they find that offensive, and who can blame them?
I mean, come to my house and tell me what's what.
Story reference?
Again, Adam?
Isn't the Land of Misfit Toys, isn't that a Toy Story reference?
Toy Story? Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer. What are you, out of your mind?
In the first,
Of missing toys.
I'll be honest, I didn't know that either.
Yeah, first Toy Story, you've got the bad person who's the next door neighbour with the skull on his t-shirt that takes toys and blows them up with dynamite and things like, not dynamite, with firecrackers. But he rips toys apart and sticks them back together in weird ways. So they're like all broken. There's like legs with a yo-yo and a fishing rod attached to it and things like that.
That's not where the reference came from. It came from, like, it's not where it came from. It came from Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer did. Not toys.
Okay, I wasn't with the reference until I went there, and then I saw the Glovers that I had like overcome in my past, like
yes,
almost like
what?
Almost like a
going back
graveyard, like the Land of Misfit Toys.
It's like a graveyard.
I mean,
it's like a retro
once you
game in
you get it.
arcade.
Once you know, you get it.
It's like a
He's
retro
missing
game.
it. Misfit Toys for a reason.
Well, we can have Nathan go on about Toy Story, about how these other parts of these toys were mashed together.
Yes, I think it's very relevant.
I was saying
Now,
something.
can we give us the real reference from Rudolph, please, so these guys can be set straight?
I already set him straight. I said it was from Rudolph.
I find that highly offensive. I don't need setting straight, I thank you.
Well, over there you had a trolley in the box, not a jack in the box.
Well, you might think you need to set me straight, but I think I can assure you I can set myself straight quite happily.
I don't think it's fair to name and shame anyone. Quantum Eraser.
Thinks he's gonna come to my house, tell me what's what. Gotta show him a thing or two about a thing or two.
That would have been a good time to say, I'll never rob a bank with you, Nathan.
Nah, it's perfect, man. It's absolutely perfect. I loved every minute of it.
So should we get back tomorrow?
Why not?
No, I think we should give it a rest for at least a week. We'll be in Politics server on Friday.
Hopefully we've got a few more Globers in there this time.
In Politics?
Oh, God. Sorry.
Take a break from what?
Yeah, then last week. A bit quiet last week.
I don't
When
have a
you're
problem
in.
with that. Quiet is good.
Perhaps on Saturday for Ballbusters, we should do the Boy Zero Sky Grifter. I'll think about it. Take a small break from Danny. We'll see.
Oh, I was going to mention that to you. You should do one on that video because I think that it'd be a good one. I don't know who you'd be tearing apart more, Whitset or the other guy off InfoWars with his claims.
Probably Whitset.
Both.
I don't know the other guy. Oh,
It's from the sounds of things, what the other guy had to offer with a load of hand wave dismissals, and he even got his big boss in to hand wave as well.
yeah.
What do you mean? The
Pretty
amateur
much, yeah.
astronomer?
Guy with the earpiece.
No, the guy off InfoWars with his earpiece in.
No, the one that made the entrance with his amateur astronomy and looking at the sun.
Oh, Alex Jones.
Oh, yeah.
Did they do a boom after that? Is there a boom? Boom.
No, he just walked out, and then they asked Whitset if he could rebut what Alex had stated. And again, he sort of said, well, I could see why you would say that because it does appear to sort of look like a ball to me sometimes as well, but we just can't prove it. So that was sort of the rebuttal to it.
So Alex can see in 3D through a telescope. Really?
I was just going to say, I would have said to him, so Alex, you touched it?
Wouldn't matter anyway. It's irrelevant anyway. It's like looking up the chandelier to figure out what the shape of the floor is. He's a moron. He's a retard. You're a retard, Alex.
Certified.
Yep.
Alex Jones.
You can't blame them.
Yeah,
that's
Whitset was
that's
on
the
Alex.
brainwash that was used, man. You can't even blame them for it.
see, Alex Jones would get nowhere with Nathan.
Yeah, well, that's why they picked Whitset. So in Master B, you'll see Boy Zero, the grifter, on InfoWars.
Sky Grifter. Damn, you can't get my stuff right.
Boy Zero, the Sky Grifter. Got it right.
That would be an awesome fantasy book, for real. That's an excellent title. Is that already taken?
Yeah,
that plagiarism there.
see,
Shut
that's
up,
what
Adam.
frustrates me, right?
Just got in. I've got a question. I've not seen it yet then. So, how did everybody's favorite Auburn Ethereum perform last night?
Well, there definitely we got the picture that it was the ether. There was no doubt about that.
Is that what
Did
it
he
was?
Did he give him the black swan?
No.
No.
Well, he sort of.
No. What exactly happened?
Oh, you're
It
happy.
missed it be.
All right, tell the audience what happened. What did he do?
Well, tell the audience what he do. Well, ephers. That's what he did.
No, I mean as it relates to the black swan. Like, what did he do?
Black Swan. He didn't do shit on Black Swan, dude. He knows better.
What about elevation angles?
No, there weren't any of those.
Wow. You get on Alex Jones?
Said Earth is measured flat.
Okay, did he detail it?
No. He said it very, very Nathan, how did he say it again?
So the Earth is measured, and then it was like on the behaviour panel when they describe fading facts.
We all know what that is.
Oh well.
So the guy asked how he knows it's flat, and Richard said it's measured.
Yeah, basically. Like I say, I only scrubbed through to the middle part, and that was the only bit I listened to. It's just, I was like, oh, that's vaguely interesting.
He did the toroidal field and ether. He got right into that. Didn't take much.
You want to cover it tomorrow? Should we just listen to it? As I haven't actually listened to it, with the exception of Flat Earth Test's little excerpt and the bit I scrubbed through to this morning when it was shared with me. I haven't watched it, so it's worth maybe going through it. Should we just go through it on tomorrow's show?
Yeah. It needs doing. It's the one video that is worthy of doing. It's the most current thing. It's the best impact we've ever had. Whether people like it or not, biggest exposure we've ever had. It's our first arrival, other than the silly bits on this morning with Mark Sargent and that. It's a first arrival into the alternative mainstream. Being on the mainstream's pointless. You're going to get ridiculed. But this is the alternative mainstream. This is quite a big moment, I think. Not for Witsit, but do you understand? For them, for InfoWars, they are having to deal with us because so many of their viewership are flat earthers. Why are they dealing with it?
Interesting.
Do you not agree?
Well, it's positive spin.
What about wire info? I don't know how I can imagine how it will turn out, this. But to me, that's, if I think back 5-6 years, the fact that you would have any one of us discussing this on InfoWars is proof it's not dying. It's another step forward to me. And like I said, they're not doing it sensationalist. They're doing it because actually their viewership wants it to be discussed.
Fair enough.
I think that is you're doing a good job at showing how easy it is and how quick it is to see how flat it is. I think that it gets more obvious to other people, to the flat earthers, that don't quite understand. Measured flat. What does that mean? Well, we're using a flat plane, ever, always. It just stay there.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. And when we got to it today, the opponent was like, well, let's move past it. I don't know, gonna hold you here permanently. It's where we win.
And that's something I said at the server today is, Earth is measured flat and here is how. And that is the theme to the whole point of going to the other servers.
I sense that they resent that I've taken ownership of this and have taken it upon myself to be going out and saying this is how we should be doing it. Like, people don't like being told what to do. And especially in this arena, we're dealing with a rebellious bunch, aren't we?
I'm a rebellious sort.
Right. So SC's no different. SC Montreal, when he's like, I think I can find my own way, thank you. Right, yeah, well, maybe you can. Doesn't alter my quest.
Does this fit how the Plato's
But
cave thing happened?
that's what's done, because that's what's dumb about it. Because you are listening to someone. You just don't realize it. When people like, don't tell me what to do, don't tell me how to live my life, but the way you're living is structured in a way that's recognizable. I can categorize you. You made a choice. It's just not one that you. I don't know. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, listen to Paul. He's saying they are listening to somebody. They're listening to ballers.
No, but like, for SC Montreal to say, I'll make my own way. That they don't understand that the way that they think was fallaciously given, it's given to them. The way that they think is still fallacious. Yeah.
But how does that Montreal demonstrate how Earth is measured flat? Have you heard him? Has he got any evidence of that?
I asked him that. Literally, I asked him that. Maybe that's why you're saying it, because I asked him that exact question, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Yeah. So, if he's not going with what we're saying about the elevation angle and using the sextant and the horizon to obtain horizontal using the sea level, what examples do you use to globers to demonstrate that the Earth is flat then? We'll listen to it.
We know.
And if it's got any, sorry, mate. I'm just saying, if they've got anything, we will listen to it. And if it's worth using, then we'll take it on board.
Well, I mean, I don't know about SC Montreal, but Witsit, like, I wonder what his argument is as we debut to one of the biggest platforms that Flat Earth has been on. Sorry for the
Am I audible?
Like,
can I be?
Yeah.
Yeah, we hear you.
Kinda.
Can I just say my piece, please? What pissed me off? Sorry, about the whole thing is that apparently, according to that presenter on Infowars, was that 50% of his audience is flat earthers, right? And they voted to get Witsit on, and he sucked. It just sucked. He didn't want to use the winning arguments, and you can see him like deliberately not wanting to use them, and that's what I'm so frustrated about the whole thing yesterday.
Well, you should be frustrated about that they voted Witsit on.
Yeah, that's
all
what I'm
these
saying.
flat
That's
earthers,
what
and
I'm
that's what
saying.
they wanted.
That's what I'm saying.
Man,
I want to be a rebel. I'm gonna go with the rebel.
I mean, the speculation of a toroidal field with a flat plane of inertia running through the centre of it isn't evidence that we're living on a flat Earth.
I thought the diagrams were quite compelling.
Damn, he went to the toroidal fields and all that. Jeez, man. What the hell?
Said something about flowers in the beginning.
What, flower of life or something?
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Real hippie shit.
Really? I was
Yeah.
gonna just kidding. Okay.
He was demonstrating on a quantum level. He had to throw quantum in there.
See, all of that stuff is nice floral decoration for the cake afterwards. But the main part of the cake is it's measured flat. Flat.
That's what I said,
That's it.
Chocolate. That's
What the hell,
exactly
man?
what I said.
What happened
Exactly
to
what
your
I
boy
said this
Witcher?
morning.
What happened to your boy Chocolate?
What do you mean, your boy? What do you mean?
Not like he's my boy now.
Yeah.
Chocolate's boy.
You introduced
Oh, yeah.
this to him. It's your fault, is it? Is that what you're claiming, Eli?
No.
Eli's just being an ass. That's your man's in them, bro.
Wait, you guys did spit some shit together.
Oh, I'm his boy too. What happened to our boy, man?
Shoot.
I can spit Birdman on you.
Get him,
No, that's
Brenda.
not, man. It's frustrating, man. It's like that platform, he knows the argument. That is something referenceable. People that's been traveling this plane for how long using that method. He knows all of these things. Simple, factual. He goes off on a tangent about, man, I'm just frustrated.
Listen, I told you a long time ago. We're all alone here.
Well, how very bleak.
I'm eating, but I have something to say.
Yeah, so if we're all alone here, what do you do when you're alone, Neil? You go out and you make friends and you influence people.
Yeah, we're off to a good start, aren't we?
Yeah.
I think it gets easier and easier. And it's as true now as it was 5 years ago or so. It doesn't get weaker, you know. These arguments only get stronger, and that we and you and I'm including myself because I'm here every day. So we stay to what is true, and that is enough to keep to keep attracting other people who see what is true. You know what I mean? While we defend ourselves against a bunch of friggin' liars, and that's what they are. Because by now, most people aren't duped. By now, most people are snarky for no reason. It's just a thing for them because they're allowed. But if you stay to what's true, you can't hurt me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it goes from arguments to reality. Yeah, the Black Swan's a great argument. But celestial navigation's a reality. It's not even an argument. It's just something that's done. Can't handle that.
And that's why a while ago I wanted to differentiate the difference between stating a fact and making a claim. Because to me, if I'm just stating a fact, that's not making a claim. That's just stating a fact. Right?
I agree. But Nathan let Brenda bully him into Jedi mind tricked him that he was making a claim.
I told her I
And
wasn't
really, they're
making a
fighting
claim. It's just
themselves. You
making
know
a
what I mean?
statement of fact. She Jedi mind tricked herself or whoever is listening to her. Like, first of all, imagine being on the globe side and having to be like, "Go, Brenda." I mean, just imagine that shit. That's insane. Like the only one willing to step up to defend this globe like hard body is Brenda. After all these years, this is all you got. It's sad.
And what she comes with is, I disagree. Good rebuttal. I disagree. That's nice.
Yeah. She said, I disagree. Level is curved, but your eye level is horizontal. What?
Well, I mean, last week she did tell us that, words can just identify as whatever they would like. So, whatever that means, because obviously the meanings of words are, the definitions of words are meaningless. So she's on that train. And as long as the words can identify as whatever they would like, well, then her argument stands. There you go.
Yeah, but for her to put that forward, it's a contradiction within the statement. You know what I mean? Like it can't be leveled and it can't be horizontal and curved simultaneously. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's blatantly contradictory.
Well, when
Well, you
words
also
can
can't be a
identify with
woman
any
and a
meaning, you can
man.
never. I was going to say, when
Hold on,
words can
guys.
identify as
Wait,
anything, you've
Choker,
just won the argument, haven't you?
Hold on. Let him Choker finish that up.
Nah, I don't have to.
Yeah, I heard it.
Well, you're not dealing with the most logical person, are you?
Exactly.
Yeah, I'm even dealing with a person anymore. And I disagree with you, Nathan. If we're all alone, we put our heels in the ground and we keep going forward. I'm not saying don't go there and try and make friends. Go ahead. Try all day long with that misfit toy server bunch. I'll be quiet until I can't.
Okay.
Neil, it wasn't exactly helpful. That was the first words out of your mouth.
Hold on. I didn't know we were there. I asked a question. You didn't tell me you weren't there already.
You asked a question because you knew we were going there.
Yeah, but I didn't know we were in there. You just turned the link on. I clicked. Usually we go in together.
Do we?
I didn't know you were already at. I didn't know you were already at the relative's house that I can't stand.
Okay.
On this diplomatic mission, you threw a hand grenade in before you wanted to talk peace.
That was an accident. Now, later on, it wasn't an accident. When he decided to give respect to Bacon and apologize to Bacon, who, by the way, was fried last week, they failed to eat him up when we left. If I'm going to fry the bacon and you're not going to eat it, don't ask me to fry him again a week later.
Wasn't that one of the complaints of the Greeks, is that they would entertain any nonsense? Like people made fun of them for that, or was it Athenians that would just?
No, that's what the Apostle Paul said. They'll talk about anything. So Brenda would have fit right in. Well, it's a donut space-time. Wouldn't you say so? Give me a Greek. Socrates? Donut. Let's investigate this. Yeah, she's got a point.
We all
be a
know
donut.
that's pronounced. We all know that's pronounced Socrates. Thank you.
Oh shit! Oh man.
What? Tell me it's not.
We agree on meanings of words, on what they should be.
Might not agree. You might not agree with the word. If the word itself decides to be another word, well, then you can't agree with the word, right? Because words could just self-identify now. That's what I learned from Brenda last week. So
Yeah.
I'm a few IQ points lower for that. So thanks, Brenda. Appreciate that.
So what? So dictionaries are meaningless then. We should just burn them all.
Yeah.
Well, you could just take that to the next level and say, all right, Brenda, we'll take your premise as read. Everything you say proves the flat earth because that's what words are meaningless, correct?
She must have a different definition for circle, equal, and altitude.
No. Brenda will be happy with the neutral outcome. They do actually prefer a neutral outcome in some ways. So she'd be quite happy with that.
Right.
And that's what she gets from there. That's why she's
Anything that can, if it ends with a I don't know, the globe wins.
Correct.
Because they're already 95% of the Western world. They don't need. All they need is for everyone to walk away confused.
But how does that?
Have won.
But how does that mesh? Because isn't the whole point that they have all the answers? They were given all the answers. So
Yeah,
how does
you just
walking away from a debate? I don't know. How does that stand?
Because you just didn't understand the answers.
Oh, yeah, I didn't understand the answers that you don't have.
Yeah, and
understand.
everyone smarter than you knows it's a globe, and you didn't understand the answers from the smarter people than you, so that's not a problem. What, you didn't know at the end of the process? Oh well, you didn't know it was a globe at the end of the process, did you? We all know. You just didn't understand.
So I'm sitting in 24/7 Discord last night. There's about 50 people in there, man. There's a ton of people just sitting in there and waiting. And a guy comes in and he said he was a flat earther. And what they usually do to give him the flat earther role, they'll ask him questions and see what their responses are. You know, so they're asking him questions, what's the radius of the earth? And he said 3995 and stuff. But, he pretty much got everything correct. We razzed him a little bit for the 3995. And they're just about ready to give him the flat earther roll. And all I hear is electrostatics. So I just tore him up, man. Tore his ass up. And then, of course, he was bleeding about, the bad guy QE. And QE has a reputation and stuff like that. But, after I tore his ass up, which wasn't hard, we all settled down. And I said, you know what? You're not such a bad guy. I'll go ahead and give my plus for your flat earther role. So that happened. And then immediately after that, I guess a guy came in from politics server because politics server was dead, the flat earth part of the politics server. And somebody recognized him, right? And they started, okay, let's go. This is a no listening pass, BC, which, you're a globetard or a glober. What's your evidence? And he couldn't come up. And of course, he immediately deflected. And what's the evidence for a flat earth? And I said, all right. So I slope-a-doped him. And then I hit him with the elevation angle argument. He was dead in his tracks. It took less than, I think it was like 3.5 minutes. Of course, I had to repeat the slope-a-dope because he didn't get it. That was it.
Did you say 3.5 minutes?
It wasn't even that. I don't think.
Well, you're getting sloppy in your old age, huh?
Well, there were interruptions.
Yeah.
Yep. So there you go. Slope a dope, elevation angle argument. It's over. With either one of them.
Now, when you say slope a dope, Can you explain that to me? Because a baller told me that's not right. You're wrong.
Really? Why?
I don't know. It just showed me a picture, and it's
Said
not
you're
correct.
assuming. Said you're begging the question of flatness with the slope dope.
Yeah. That's right. Yeah.
Huh? What?
Yeah, begging the question.
Begging the question? There ain't no begging the question. I go out. I've seen horizons my whole life.
Nuh-uh. Begging the question.
So, Brenda,
That was a combination of Jeremy and Blender. That was
Measurement
Jeremy.
measuring to the horizon is begging the question.
if you assume that it's flat,
Have you done it?
you know, that flat horizon that you're referencing. If you assume that flat horizon is flat, then you're begging the question that it's flat. See how that works? It's awesome, right?
Have you done it?
Or have you?
You had a new flat earther. I'm sorry. Yesterday you had a new flat earther before all that stuff happened. You had a new flat earther come in, and he was droning on and on and on. And he was real proud of himself and that he was a flat earther, and he's been out here for a little while. And I was just letting him ramble. I wasn't hardly paying any attention until he brought up science and he started making claims about science. You could hear the whole room kind of go, "Oh no." that ended in a travesty of a train wreck, but we recovered at the end. We made out to be friends at the end. How about that? I've turned over a new leaf.
Wow.
It's like if you had some carpet for your living room floor and you measure your living room floor and it's like 16 foot by 8 foot. And you go to the carpet shop and you say, "Can I have a piece of carpet?" What does it measure, mate? 16 foot by 8 foot. Have you measured it, mate? Yeah, I did. I measured it myself. Nah, I think you're begging the question, pal.
I was gonna bring something like that up, but I didn't want to interrupt. But just so you know, carpet comes 12 foot wide, so it doesn't matter.
You're gonna roll it out in my house, right? Yeah, roll it out. You sure you're not begging the question it's flat when you roll it out? What? No, I'm just gonna roll it out. I'm pretty sure you're begging the question it's gonna be flat, aren't you?
Well, see, when you roll it out, its beginnings are round.
Oh no, here we go. We're gonna get the white paper technical language from Ruggs from Neil.
Yeah, the ends are curved, by the way.
Hold on a minute. It's flat with respect to a curve. Huh?
What's up, D-Rose?
What's up, brother?
The sky. Somebody put Boy Zero the Sky Grifter on. Somebody's got, and it's time stamped. It's got to be something.
Oh, he's an ugly son of a bitch. He's a real hippie bastard.
Who would do that? Adam, do you got something lined up? Who got something lined up?
Oh, yes, he does.
Just 10 random seconds I just found and I thought, I've got to share that. You ready?
Good.
That's the argument. And gravity, again, has actually been disproven. And we've proven our understanding of gravity, which is that it's electric. We've actually proven it with experiments. So
but
that would be like...
Huh?
Proven it with experiments, huh?
Proven our version
So
of
it's
gravity.
disproven but proven.
Well, you know, I don't know. Polka dot unicorns don't exist, but our versions of unicorn polka dots are that it's ponies with spots that have what?
Look, if you can't understand the coherency of the incoherent, then you just can't get it, man.
Let's give it you again.
Does it
not
make me
replicate it
incoherent?
without a container. So that's the argument. And gravity, again, has actually been disproven. And we've proven our understanding of gravity, which is that it's electric. We've actually proven it with experiments. So
but
that would be like...
So they're versions of gravity in his head.
Gravity exists, according to what is it?
He's a liar.
No, it's been disproven, but he proved it exists by electricity.
No, he proved his gravity.
Yeah, his gravity. You got to listen.
Right. Yeah, I missed that part. Yeah.
with experiments.
Yeah, I caught that.
I can't.
So did I.
I can't even believe I just heard that.
Yeah, yes, you did, Chocolate. And the
What
next
happened
thing
to
he's
your
gonna
boy?
say, and the next thing he's going to say, probably not the next thing. I can't remember. You know what's coming next. Your favorite part.
I literally have
Ether.
gone to a random bit, pressed it, and go, "Oh my god!"
Yeah, you can do that with it. Yeah, the Van de Graaff generator is going to make its shining appearance.
Ooh. A particle accelerator for the man who denies particles.
Particles, yes, sir.
Yay!
Well, that's what you need to debunk. That's what you need to debunk particles is particles.
Who's dumber, him or Brenda? That's rhetorical. I'll let you think about that.
That's a tough one.
Yeah, I got an easier question. Who's prettier?
So is this tomorrow then? What's it?
Hell, I was going to do it on Ballbusters.
Okay, let's do it on Ballbusters then.
You want to do it on Ballbusters? All right.
Yeah,
Let's do it.
save it for Ballbusters.
Take a little break from Danny.
Hey, I saw this.
I was going to say, please take a break because Danny's really pissing me off.
Hey, I'm going to share this on IG. It was on Crafts Brown Bear, whatever it is. I forgot his name on IG. He's anti-globe Earth person. I wouldn't say he's a flat Earth, but he's definitely anti-globe. But anyway, I'm gonna share it. It's pretty cool. It's this girl doing. She said every space scene, she does a skit. It's pretty cool the way she does it, and she's mocking it. She's mocking how, and like NASA does the same thing, but she does a pretty good job right out of her own home. I'm gonna share that on a Master B. It's pretty cool.
Can you play it, Adam?
When it's in Master B, I will do, yeah.
Thanks.
Can you put up the CNC I posted in Master B yesterday, Nathan?
Was that a question for me? Or?
No, Nathan. Unless you're Nathan.
You didn't say Nathan with prefix or suffix to that.
Yeah, I did say Nathan.
I didn't hear you. So it's in Master B now, the video I'm talking about.
Is that the picture you're after doing?
What?
Sorry, I stepped into the other room. That's why I was keen to get Adam to play something. Did you ask me something?
That's okay. I think Adam's going to play the video. I'll ask you after it.
Okay. I'm just grabbing something to eat, that's all. I mean, ideally, we'd all sit in silence while I disappear. That's absolutely the ideal.
Thanks, Adam.
We thought Adam was getting ready to play something.
You could just have a commemorative, moment of silence for the dearly departed globe. Why not?
All right, here we go.
Okay. I've got sound, not got sound.
Oh, there she is. First time?
You got to start from the beginning so you can hear it from the beginning. It's like supposed to be a scene.
That feeling ever.
And turn it up.
It's Instagram, innit? Like,
yes.
How do you even play an Instagram?
Commander, we've got a problem in the engineer
Well,
bay.
there's nothing to, you can only pause it or.
The fire atmospheric debris has been lodged in a wingspan. And what's the
Just
Oh, there she is.
Who do we blame for this? Is it D Rose we blame?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't blame me. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what you have to do. You have to swipe up or down and come back to it or something, or start it from there.
And don't forget to take it off mute.
Yeah, that's very important.
Well, I did, and then I pressed reset and it muted itself again. Spastic format.
Commander, we've got a problem in the engineer bay. Starport engine failed to fire. Atmospheric debris has been lodged in a wingspan. And what's the impact on our trajectory? Still crunch the numbers and directional compensation, but in terms of our timeline, we're looking at 2 hours, 18 days, and 31 years added to our mission. This debris, could it be removed manually from the engine? Well, sure. Theoretically, if anyone was crazy enough to go out there, you could tap dance at the starport engine if you wanted to. I'll go. Commander, there's a death sentence. Oh, okay then, Dr. Halo. Did you want to be the one to inform the rest of the crew that instead of watching their kids grow up, they get to stare at our ugly faces for the next couple of decades? Didn't think so. Prepare the drop port for dispatch. Still be a hero out there, all right? Come back.
Okay, can you stop it playing now? Or is that it? Is there more? Is that it?
Yeah, there's more. It's only like 30 seconds.
But it's awful. This is awful. Can't hear it.
It's mocking. She does the whole reenactment of going outside and gravity.
Yeah, thanks. We got that part. Did you listen to Nathan?
Yeah, we'll way past that.
No, I'm okay with D Rose summarizing it. That's much better than the video.
It's just humor.
Let
It's
D Rose
a little humor.
Let D Rose summarize it.
Are you saying it's humor? It's humor. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I said from the beginning. It's just not to make a point to be a review for next morning or nothing like that. It was just something to look at.
Just some entertainment, right?
Just a humor. It's humor.
Exactly. She's mocking.
Hold on a
it was
second.
posted. Yeah.
Is this humor? I'm gonna go with no.
Just humor.
Funny like a
I'm
clown.
gonna go with no too. Can you put
Not-
my
not a
scene and
bit-
say that I posted?
Not gut wrenching hysteria.
Shut up! Can you put my CNC up? More. This is more humor.
You asking me or Adam?
I don't know.
What do you
Both of
want?
Both of you.
What do you want?
My CNC. Just scroll up just a
The one I
little bit.
brought up earlier, and you said, "What's that for?" That one.
What?
What that up earlier? You go.
What the hell? Don't speak that. It's coarse and vulgar to speak with your mouth full.
Don't talk with your mouth off full. Fill it up.
It's a CNC. I posted it in Master B yesterday.
Oh, yeah, that's what Paula commented on.
I guess they don't know what these are in England. So, all right. Fair enough.
Did
Yeah,
anyone?
You know,
Did anyone watch Paula's treatment? Because as much as I've been recommending it, I didn't actually get around to watching it.
Paula's treatment.
On
She's been
Danny-
doing them for the past week.
Yeah, she's been covering the book and I've been promoting it, but I've had a lot on. I just literally haven't had a chance to actually watch it, which she may or may not be aware of. Because as soon as she's like, "Oh, thanks for promoting it. Did you like this bit where I haven't actually watched it yet, Paula, as much as I've been promoting it. I know it'll be good." You know.
She's up to 7, I think.
I watched yeah.
Yeah, I've not caught any of them.
Part 8 is in Master B. So,
Oh, there's 8 now? 8's out?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Did someone just belch?
Yeah, I don't get no notifications. Oh, Adam is being very vulgar today.
I didn't know I was off mute.
Is that going to be the excuse when you got annoyed with Nathan and I heard, "Oh, God." And you said, "Oh, it wasn't. I was just off mute. I didn't realize I've been feeling sick."
shut up, Neil.
You did that last week. I remember everything.
So we're playing this, whatever it is that QE wanted or not.
No, it's not a playing. It's a sort of a depiction of a CNC. But I don't know if you have CNCs over in England, so it might not resonate with you.
Is it humorous?
Yes.
Is it like a speak and spell?
I don't know.
Is
Could
it
be.
like,
It's just a diagram.
is it like a scratch and sniff?
Yeah, it's like Little Debbie snatch cakes.
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh man, the strawberry ones.
Speaking of scratch and sniff, they used to have those in the magazines for colognes. I used to smear them on my neck.
Is that a porno or something?
No, dude. The colognes. Like new colognes that come out.
You mean the
You could buy a bottle.
The page that would smell like.
Well, that's how do you know if you want
it on you?
That's disgusting. That's disgusting. Well, hey Neil, were you just gonna buy a bottle? If you have a sample in the magazine, wouldn't it be advantageous and convenient to be able to smell it, put it on you, see how it smells on you, ask somebody how does it smell on you?
Just whip
You
it
put
out.
it
No. I always go by, somebody else first.
The only way
Chocolate,
to
they
do
can't
it.
hear you. They're rumpusing you the whole time, man.
I replaced
Neil,
my
you can't go by
medicine.
somebody else.
I replaced my medicine cabinet with a bookshelf, and that's all I do. I just smear magazines on myself in the morning.
There you go.
Neil,
Hey,
you can't go
Chocolate,
by somebody else. Your body funk is
Chocolate.
different from others' funk.
Chocolate, he ripped a page out of the magazine and just started and crumpled it up and smeared it all over himself.
Did say
just take it out and put it in your pocket. Walk around with it.
it said free sample on the
man, you smell
magazine.
good.
So free sample. So he took it.
Yeah.
Wake up in the morning after a shower and start complaining to your wife, where's the National Enquirer at? I need my cologne.
Oh, I thought you were going to wipe your ass with it.
National Enquirer. You get that in Cosmopolitan or something. I don't even know what's the in fragrance now anyway. I don't even know.
My God, what have we descended to? Bunch of girls.
I know.
When I left, it was the car.
Now it's your sister.
I've seen some
Well,
beautiful,
I know
beautiful
some
wallets
Savage-
recently. Have you noticed how beautiful wallets are?
Yeah, they got the
Obsession
little
for
push
Men
button.
is the big one. Or you go boss.
He's still on it, Nathan. He's still on it.
No, it's
Well,
true.
the latest one that's been added. Damn it.
Go ahead, D-Rose. I was just going to be funny, so go ahead.
The best of the best cologne back in the day is Quorum. Yeah, you ever guys ever hit into Quorum?
By
I
whom?
can
What
honestly say
designer?
I never heard of it.
Me
Really?
neither. What was the designer? Quorum was the designer, or was it? Who's
I
the
have
brand?
no idea. All I know the name of it was Quorum with a Q.
Never heard of that.
Well, I'm gonna send a picture in the Master B. Why I don't get into that? I just buy whatever I like. I do go by designer. I do go by what's the latest, but like certain fragrances, like companies like Creed, CREED. Excuse my language. Bump that. It's like 1.7 ounce, $275.
Stop. You're a brute, man. I know you are. Don't name it and
No,
brute.
no, yeah, no, I never
Back
used
in the
Brute.
day?
Yep. Oh,
Yeah,
Brute.
no, but
Yep.
that was a big commercial.
Yep.
Brute for men.
Materialism's a bit.
Back in the day. Jute, Fahrenheit, Polo Sport. What? For a little bit, Nautica. What? Crush the depth, son.
Hey,
Yeah.
Hold up, I lost you guys. Oh, there you are.
Hey,
Um,
I
Here we go.
just sent the picture of my collection.
Yeah, I bet. Go ahead, Adam. Second of post. See if you can pull that up, Adam. It's in Master B. I haven't listened to it, but I think it's what I'm talking about.
A brief history of perfume. Why would you want us to watch this?
About cologne?
It was on topic. Quorum.
The quorum.
Adam. Adam.
Adam doesn't wear cologne, so he's not putting it up there.
You can use dispersion or diffusion examples with perfume, though. Quite useful for that. Second law of thermodynamics could be exampled about how perfume disperses. I think it was actually used in one of the university lectures that are trimmed out. And the guy's like, you can't get the perfume back in the bottle when he's describing entropy.
Very good. Here's an even better one. When you take a dump in the bathroom, there's a certain technique if you spray it. If you spray it up, you're losing it from being impactful towards the entire room to conceal your funk from your poop. So what you do is you spray downward and the gases will fill and rise everywhere. And then you've dispersed a greater volume capacity to fill up the room with a better scent than your poop. Aerosol spray works better that way.
Got a British comedian called Sean Locke, and he was asked to define what makes a man a man. He said the ability to go into the toilet, use it, flush once, and leave. Accepting no responsibility for what is left after that first and only flush. You leave the room and accept that that is no longer your responsibility. That is what makes a man a man.
That's
Somebody tell that to Brenda.
Oh, shit.
not even a courtesy flush, Nathan. Bang.
All the toilet humour is probably just because I've noted that we've just had a plumber on working on our crapper today. So that's probably why all the toilet jokes.
the girl that reviewed Quorum, real hot girl, right? Real hot blonde. She just reviewed it, and she finally got to the point where she smelled it. She goes, "I'm sorry, this is what grandpas smell like." So axe that one. Get the hook out. That wasn't back in the day, man. I tell you what, it was hot stuff, boy. Chicks just fall over.
It's still hot to the old dude.
Maybe that was
still going to attract a certain type of lady. Pensioner.
What? What?
That it still attracts a certain kind of lady. Pensioner.
Shut up. Probably a new formulation.
A real man does not wear unisex colognes or scents. And there are some out there. A real man does not do that.
I mean, there is an argument that there is a high level of estrogen in the water, and this could be a net result of all this, you know. That could be an explanation.
Well, I use ladies' deodorant. What's wrong with that?
Adam said he never uses deodorant. I
kills me.
don't understand that. You guys are European. I guess I can understand it. But how do you look at yourself?
I would never dream of using an antiperspirant on my body. I don't spray deodorant on my body either. I will spray it on my clothes, But no, I'd never put stuff like that under my armpits.
Absolutely not. Only on my penis and ballsack.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, God. Well, I knew a guy that never did in his life. He just used exotic powders, and he never smelled. I gotta tell you that much.
Is that one way of saying you knew a cocaine addict?
I don't use soap on my skin either, or shampoo on my hair.
That doesn't surprise us. We've seen you, Adam.
My hair's perfect. It's smooth, dandruff-free, glistening. I look like a Timothy Abbott, and I shake my head.
It's true.
It's glistening because it's
How do you clean it?
His hair was glistening. What, your back hair?
oil. Because of the oils.
It looks after itself. After about the first 3 months, I've not washed my hair since before COVID. In terms of with shampoo, I wash it every day with water and just comb it through. But it looks after itself. I don't need to put anything on it.
Is anybody aware of how many lawsuits there are against shampoo companies for making hair fall out?
You go. I got loads of hair.
No, but I got loads of hair too, and I wash it every day.
How much money you'd save, Neil?
I don't know. It's just I was born and raised. You took showers, you used soap, you used shampoo. Nobody was ever dying in the 70s. Now all of a sudden everything's bad for you.
Nobody was dying in the 70s.
Nobody
I'll just
died
make
in
a
the 70s.
quick note of that.
Funeral directors are going bankrupt.
You know what I mean.
No, I don't.
No, we don't.
Of course, there were people dying, but it wasn't because they were using shampoo, deodorant, and thickened soap.
Yeah, they get soap in their eyes, stagger out the bathroom, fall down the stairs, break their neck.
Isn't that sort of like the argument that cancer didn't exist until they found cancer?
Yeah. I was about to launch into asking him about the studies that ruled it out, but it's just not been assumed to have any impact on people's well-being, so it's not going to be part of any studies. Therefore, shampoo wasn't causing ill health to anybody. No, that's not really how it works. But back in the 60s, they might not have in any way concerned themselves with the products they were putting on themselves. Right. When were they making those clocks with? When were they making those watches with radium hands, for example? Remember those? Back in the early 1900s?
For the asbestos tiles.
Exactly. Although
yeah, it's okay.
You know a lot.
The replacement's just as damaging. It's just not asbestos. But anyway, well, that's a different subject.
Well, I was trying to tell Neil about silicosis. You can get it from pulverized concrete, where he works with flooring and he's in construction. You know, that's stuff that 10 years ago, you go on a job site and there would just be a cloud of pulverized concrete pretty much everywhere in the air. And they found that people were contracting lung cancer from that. Silicosis.
Yeah, they were doing it. They were working in the factories all day long with that cloud there. Same thing with asbestos. So let me ask you think it was necessary for the Empire State Building to start ripping up all their asbestos floors because there was asbestos on there? That was the biggest scam ever. Once you disturb it, then it becomes even worse.
Yep.
Leave it there. It was a big money grab like everything else. I'm not saying it didn't, where they made the tiles in the factories, where they were cutting them constantly and there was little debris floating in the air for 20 years. Yeah, of course.
You know what they do here to meet regs when they find asbestos now? They put a little sticker on.
What do they do?
They put a little sticker on that says...
Put it in a bag.
Say again?
They make us put it in a bag now, the council. They go, well, we can't go to pick that up till you've put it in a bag. That's how they protect their employees.
If they find it in a building, so here, the electricity and water companies have come, and all of the pipes and lagging and all of the channeling is all lagged with asbestos. So what do? They were going to work on it, right? They've got to deal with it. So they do. They cut out the section that they're dealing with and remove the asbestos. And then, in the section they haven't worked on, they put a little sticker in a triangle. It's about an inch. And it says asbestos. They put a sticker on it. And that's it. Then it meets regs.
But you just need to know that if you're coming to work on it, what that material is. It's for the protection of the maintenance worker or the construction worker, because it's fine as long as you don't disturb it.
Or if you are inevitably going to disturb it, you put a mask on. All you want, it doesn't matter if it's asbestos or any material. If you get foreign debris into your lungs and it can't, in a biological way, I don't know if metabolize is the right word, but process that material that's in your lungs, then it just covers it in stuff. It can't get rid of it. So it's stuck there. Well, you get that over and over and over again, and you end up with some horrible, nasty disease. Why? Because you've got a load of shitty material that you can't process inside your body.
Exactly. That's how it goes. So if you're working and you're ripping up the floors that day, I highly doubt you're going to contact anything.
Just don't want to be breathing in shit. You just want to be masked up if there's shit in the air.
Well, like with the asbestos, you can't just wear a mask. That's not enough. It has to have a certain kind of filter, because the microparticulates will go through your mask.
Sure. I'm not suggesting that
It has to be
it would be just like wear a 3M mask that you wore in COVID or whatever. I'm just saying masked up or protected to the level that needs to be protected to when you are inevitably going to disturb it and put it into the air.
We did tests.
It has to be the
People
kind of
that were
mask that,
exposed
like, me,
for
has to be the
one
kind of
day. Go ahead, D. Go ahead.
Is this funny?
I'm saying you got to wear the kind of mask like what me and QE used to have to wear during the wars when we used to to prevent from chemical, gas, and skin contact type of threats of attacks, any type of weapons that way. I forget the name of it. You can buy them too. They're like $75 to $80 a piece.
Now that's the mask
You have to
I
wear
would
those.
wear. That's what I would wear if I was patching, because I could breathe in that. They try to give me a stupid freaking 3M thing that you just put on your face and you can't even breathe. Nah. I'm going whole gas mask.
So the 2-liter bottles that people were walking around with on their head during COVID, that wasn't cool. That was not certified to protect from this supposed virus.
What kind of masks Darth Vader got?
I mean,
The whole idea of the mask, though, is it's not to protect you. It's to protect everyone else from you if you're infected. But
you took about a COVID mask.
To protect grandma.
Yeah, it's containing your germs
that a lot.
in a local place inside the mask. Whereas if you've got a respirator on, the point of the respirator is to stop debris and particle matter getting into you.
I know people that wore the mask so much that they actually got sick. Like, they wouldn't even change the shit out. So they were just wearing the same mask every day. Bro, they were getting things around their face. Like, one girl I know, she had to go to the hospital because she got some sort of an infection or something from just having that mask on all day.
Not only that, Chocolate, that happened 100 years ago during the so-called alleged Spanish flu, whatever they called it, and people were wearing masks. They were getting pulmonary diseases, literally, because they were wearing the same mask, breathing in the same. Remember, when you exhale, that's poisons. So, but that's like when you go through anxiety, they make you breathe through a brown bag when you hyperventilate to balance out your CO2. Now they got you wearing these masks that have no filtration or very little, and you're breathing back in, and that's how people get hypoxia. You're going to get sick. So people that had respiratory problems like COPD, congestive heart failure, CHF, and all of them, and sarcosis, they got worse. Literally, pulmonary doctors literally were screaming from the mountaintops, "Yo, y'all hurting our patients!" And everybody that was healthy started acquiring issues with respiratory problems.
You
They
got
took it
something
literally.
that's what Witsit was saying. All flat earthers, none of them even put on masks because they all saw that it was a big lie. And most flat earthers homeschool their children. Yeah, he talks about some really stupid shit, Witsit.
I mean, those two things are true of me, but I'm sure they're not true for every flat earther or by stereotype.
No, he said the dominant amount of flat earthers homeschool their children and did not put on a mask because we were able to see the bullshit, as he said.
I don't know. Even when it's true, I don't like being stereotyped.
I don't think it's a proper stereotype either. Can't say that.
I'm fine with my kids going to public school. They need to understand the cultural religion, the religion of their culture. It's a good place for them to learn it.
I agree. My wife started homeschooling my kids way before I even knew what flat Earth was. She was already homeschooling.
By contrast,
So I don't know where he gets that from.
I threaten my children with public school if they're not good. If you're not good, you'll go to school.
That's what I do. I told him the other day, if you don't finish this assignment, I'm sending you to school. And that's it. Well, you'll have to wake up 7 o'clock every freaking morning.
You won't believe this, Neil. It's one of the few things that actually works, that I actually pay note of. You know, I can threaten them with all sorts of things and they won't care. Threaten them with going to school, they'll do what you tell them. It's amazing.
Oh, I know.
It's because they see them. School, because we're on the first floor, we overlook a school. So they can peer out the window in the kitchen and watch them all lined up behind their desks for hours and hours on end, and then go out and watch them fight unattended. And they're like, I don't want any part of that. No thanks.
That's powerful if they can actually see it.
Yeah, they can look out and see it.
My oldest one I would threaten with military school.
Most normies that don't homeschool would relate to that more, being threatened with military school. That they could probably relate to more because most people are obviously schooling their kids anyway and it's fine for them. But we chuckle because my wife, who is far more, I don't use Facebook to publicise this show and that's it, but she's on Facebook and what she will read back to me is people and their constant moans about the schools that the kids are in. And that they've been punished as parents. You're like, wow, I'm glad I've gone home. Or fined. We have fines here for parents. Did you know that? Parents can get fined.
Let them try to find me.
That doesn't even seem too bad over here. They were turning parents into domestic terrorists, supposedly.
No way.
Yeah, my daughter threatened to call the authorities on me.
Call the what?
If you had something negative to say about what your school is teaching your kids, yeah, you had the possibility of being put on the list of being called a domestic terrorist.
Exactly. Yep.
Like,
I threatened to spank my daughter.
I love my country,
She told me she was going to call the authorities.
People who can impose those sorts of unreasonable punishments upon you or put certain labels on you. I mean, it is beyond me why people would want to interact with that sort of entity. But like I say, I homeschool. I don't want to interact. I don't want any part of that. You know, and I see the people who have part of it and moaning about it all day long and how they feel powerless about it. You're like, okay, glad that I don't have to suffer that. More importantly, I want my kids to have a really good education. And again, I'm not suggesting that there aren't really good teachers in a lot of the normal schools that do give their kids as best of an education as they can possibly provide them with.
Well, the problem is most people that send their kids to public school think that they don't have any responsibility to teach their kids anything when they get home.
Exactly.
You can send your kids to public school, But you need to go over the stuff that they, with them.
Exactly.
That's what I do, and they're fine.
Yeah.
Whenever I do with my children, I tell them, this is what they want you to regurgitate. They want you to repeat so you can get your grades. This is what the truth is. I do that with the history. I do that with. So you typically, I haven't seen any science crap because they haven't gotten to that. They haven't even gotten to that really what we discuss. And I've showed y'all what my children have done, what they've learned. Pretty much. So the foundation is more of real physics and real science so far. So I guess when they get older, that's when they start reverting it. When they get to the middle school and the high school, my children are still in elementary, so they're understanding the fundamentals of what an experiment is and what science is, and angles and geometry and things like that. But they end up
Just
forgetting
out of
that.
curiosity,
Mhm.
what's on the front of the textbook nowadays? The science textbook?
I haven't really seen one. They don't bring any textbooks home. They're too young. One is only in the fifth grade, so they put here.
You think they
That's what
bring textbooks home? That chocolate, that's so 1980s, dude, of you.
What? They
Yeah,
don't
they're using
bring
computers
textbooks
now.
home anymore?
They're using
They don't
computers
bring
now.
Oh, yes,
No.
computers.
Tablets and computers now, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm from the age of I had 90-pound textbooks in my book bag.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, well, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to take my leave of you. It's such a scrumptious day outside. So there's going to be some serious shooting. And I got to go get a haircut.
And you got an appointment with your perfumer.
Nah, no perfumer. I did look up I was in the bathroom and I did look up and I did see a bottle of cologne up there. It's been up there for like 15 years. And I said, I wonder what the hell that is. And I turned it around and it's Polo.
Oh yeah, Polo's good. Listen, I
Yeah,
suggest you get more than one haircut.
Polo will always be a classic.
Yeah. What do you mean more than one haircut? Whatever do you mean?
You said you're going to get a haircut. I said get more than one.
Yeah, I know. I heard what you said. What the hell does that even mean?
Just humor him. Yes, Neil, that's right. More than one. Ha ha.
All right, guys. Catch you tomorrow.
All right, later.
Later.
Was that supposed to be humorous, Neil?
It's like you know why it's called the toothbrush? The toothbrush was invented in Kentucky, right?
I don't know. But is it something with a haircut?
Well, the toothbrush was invented in Kentucky because if it had been invented anywhere else, it'd be called a teeth brush.
That was a good one.
I get it. That's funny.
That was good.
That's funny. Yeah, I got that. But okay, I'm hungry. I'm Daddy. How are you? Now go sit down and wait. Nice to meet you, Hungry.
Was that a joke?
Yeah, what? You never do that at your kids when I tell you, Daddy, I'm hungry. I'm Daddy. How are you?
Oh,
now go sit down and wait. Pleased to meet you.
Got it. Got it.
Speaking of jokes, how did it go in the? I had to leave. I had some appointment to get to, and I kind of missed what happened in the Earth Awakening server. How did it go?
I got warned, so I left. Is anyone going to fill John in? No?
I'm guessing.
Nathan left because they were, what'd they say, Nathan? That you're not following the moderation rules.
Something like that. Yeah, I interrupted, and unjustifiably as far as they're concerned, because it's just an interruption as opposed to this guy's appealing to a tangent I've just overcome. He's completely ignored what I've just said, and is now appealing to the tangent I've just overcome. So I'm like, there is no tangent, interrupting him. So I just got told off for interrupting.
Were you there when Jeremy came in saying that Globus tell him that you could do celestial navigation on a globe? Works just fine. Were you there for that?
He's asking
Did
you,
they
John.
not? Well, I don't think they understand when Globers say tangent, what they mean is surface level or sea level. I don't think they understand that. Else they would be laughing along with them.
Because tangent means almost like contact. You know what I'm saying? It's a contact when it's tangent, like tangible contact, like touching. So if it's tangent and it's not tangent on each end of the distance, only at a local spot, then it's not straight. It's waved.
Well, we may have to go back and re-educate them all, meaning angles from hell, explain to them how Tent explained to us. We may have to go through the whole thing right from the beginning page.
Well, the big thing it sounds like they're not understanding is the dip correction between eye level and surface level. That's what it sounds like they're not getting.
Oh, John,
Did
there's
they
a whole lot they're not getting.
Yeah, like the ballers don't even know what the name of their tangent is. I mean, it's clearly marked in the mathematics, but I don't think anybody's really paid attention to it.
The name of it is sea level, but they don't know that.
But hey, refractive
Surface level.
Isn't the eye level, eye distance level, and the dip correction of the surface level, those separate, aren't they parallel lines, if you will, call it lines, from someone looking out towards that boat and the actual surface of the sea or the deck of the ship or whatever, and the sea, all three of those lines, aren't they all parallel as they go out towards the distance of the measurement?
No, eye level and surface level are parallel. Dip correction is the correction from your eye level to surface level.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I know what that is. Yeah, I know what that is. I know what you mean. I know what that is. I'm not talking about from your eyes to the surface level. I'm just talking about when the person's eye level and the surface level are parallel. So
yeah,
right.
Yeah, they
exactly.
have to be.
Right. So if you make another imaginary line, let's say surface level being the sea, okay, or the land, and you're standing on a ship. The dip correction, of course, is the eye level to the surface level. But you could make a third line of the surface of the ship going straight out the same way the eye level is going straight out. All of three of those are parallel. If you make an imaginary line from the actual platform the man is looking at compared to the man looking through the device or looking out with his bare eye out to the distance, and the surface level being the actual tangent sea level or land surface, correct? That's all parallel going outward.
Yeah, there's no tangency really involved. I mean, the closest
not
thing you could
tangency,
come to saying,
Yeah.
they're all straight lines and they're all parallel because they're
Exactly.
all a level.
Yeah. Like I'm just saying, like if somebody was let's say it was a second party that was out off the ship, standing on an island where the ship was out in the water at sea, observing someone looking out who was looking out on that ship. If there was an what do you call it, orthographic view, right? Isn't that the term?
Yeah, that would be like third person.
Third person. Okay. Now that third person looking, if he made an imaginary line of seeing that person looking out across the sea and looking at the ship and taking an imaginary line and drawing it out across the sea in between, and then taking the sea level, which is the surface, going across. Those would be 3 parallel lines, 3 straight parallel lines going outward from an orthographic view from the third party. So what is the problem? Where do they? I don't understand if they're
What they do,
parallel. Huh?
what they're doing is that imaginary curve that below sea level, that's been calculated from like information loss or resolution loss, because that's just the differential between those planes, depending upon your height, is how much of the plane you can see. Their Earth curve is actually like all possibilities of planes to a maximum radius, which would be, the Polaris. You understand?
Right.
That's why they can't change their radius and say, oh, it's just a bigger ball.
Right.
Because it's intrinsically linked to those measurements. But the curve, the imaginary curve below it, that's trying to show the information loss, still requires surface level and eye level to be parallel planes.
Exactly. Yep.
Good afternoon, gents.
Hello.
Hello.
I didn't really have anything to add. Just thanks for the good content.
You're welcome. Pleasure. Ironic that you said it when it was almost silent. I'm sitting here thinking this conversation better pick up soon.
Well, I actually have a question about Rob Noxious, since I'm not really going to get filled in on what happened on the Awakenings.
He got banned for being a
Rob
liar,
Noxious,
then he tried to wangle his way back on by lying about being a flat earther.
Oh, that's a shame.
Lunch break is over. Got to go, fellas. Until the next time.
Did he?
All right. Peace, y'all.
Be easy, bro.
It's kind of funny that they use, like, you have your first person view, which you could consider the optical plane, right? That's where you see the horizon. And then you have the orthographic, which where your measurements would be derived, or, like in that, between those two, I guess it's not a model. I don't know what you could, but anyway, in between those two demonstrations is where the globe hides, and I think it's completely down to people misinterpreting mathematics.
Yeah, that's why, in many ways we're demonstrating to our opponents how our advanced heliocentric understanding is fulfilled by showing them the flat earth genesis. What you're calling a misunderstanding is actually a utilization of a flat plane, isn't it?
Well, yeah. It has to be flat. You couldn't calculate it as a curve without something for it to be curving from, right?
Right. They played dumb. Like today, Brenda played dumb when I was like, no, you don't have any eye levels from a globe. What is it? No Atmo day? You don't have any straight lines at all. They played dumb. Like, well, I don't understand why you'd say that to me. Like, because you've been telling us it's all refracted for 4 years. Only now that we've slightly deviated off the black swan argument are they starting to realise the implications of what they've backed on about for 3 years, 4 years, into 5 years, right? They didn't realise how devastating it was to tell us everything's always bent. There's always refraction. Until it came to them starting to make some geometric assertions in terms of how we physically deal with Earth. Then it's a problem because they haven't got anything to appeal to, and that's the end of their argument. As we've been telling them for 4 years, they just denied it. It beggars belief that they could spend 4 years reiterating how badly their argument fails to us, as though it's a rebuttal, with us telling them, this is how your argument fails. Why would you say that? Well, because refraction. So no globe geometry then.
Sorry, Nathan. They never give an answer. Brenda didn't give an answer today when you said to her, no, you have no straight lines. They're all bent. What is it, no Atmo Day? No answer.
Like, but even if you granted them refraction, there is no amount of refraction that will give you a horizontal plane from a curve. It's mathematically impossible.
Yeah, but they keep asserting line of sight, which they don't have.
Well, they're like when you tell them that there is no line of sight, they start going, well, I know there's a line of sight. Yes, there is a line of sight. It's just not a line of sight to a globe.
Exactly.
I don't think they're comprehending that. Like,
right,
no, we're not the ones claiming refraction. They're turning it into our claim that, like, we're claiming refraction, and then they're just getting lost in their own heads.
Right, they're using everything on a flat plane, but not realizing it don't work on a globe. You're using it on a flat plane. Stop stealing our stuff. Yes, you have a line of sight, but it's because you're on a flat plane, you dumbass.
It is interesting, like the way they're responding now, right, is to go back to the rhetoric prior to the black swan and see how that doesn't work. What are they going to do when they figure out that surface level must be a flat plane to calculate curvature? How do you deal with that in your mind?
They're just going to close their ears and their eyes to that.
Earth is so big. Therefore, you measure
Yeah,
it flat. They've already dealt with that.
Yeah, but that you can't.
No.
There are no flat planes on a ball.
Yeah,
you also have to.
It's so big.
You can't see the geometric horizon.
We do see the geometric horizon. We don't see the geometric horizon.
But the mathematics, right? Because we're talking idealistic, just completely in that level cannot curve at all for you to do this calculation that they're claiming curvature.
That's correct.
You can't say it's so big. You can't say it's so big it's flat. No, that's not how this mathematics work. You're denying the mathematics at that point.
And these are people that deny reality. Forget mathematics, which is actually where they get their reality from. But don't worry about that. You know what I mean? Like, these are the crayon munchers we're talking about here.
No, but they can't. That's what John's saying. No matter what, they got to stick to the math that gives them their globe.
Yeah, we shouldn't even be getting
Right.
involved with a
Math is
conversation about
reality.
geometric horizon. You know what I mean? We shouldn't even be entertaining the fact of talking about a geometric horizon because it doesn't exist.
Right. Yeah, exactly. They're not even
So
part of the conversation.
it's not even in the conversation because it doesn't. We haven't got a geometric horizon. So we know what the horizon is. We can tell them what the horizon is.
Well, one deck. Look at Danny Faulkner. How many times he talks about the horizon, and it's supposed to be blocking boats and buildings, but then he turns it into freaking perspective. They pick and choose. No, you're supposed to be claiming that this disappears. The sunset. The Earth's supposed to be blocking it. Now you're changing up.
It can't be blocking it because it's measured flat and horizontal. All we got to do is talk about the celestial navigation elevation angle, and that demonstrates that. So, I mean, the party's over.
Yeah, even the claim that the Earth is getting in the way, even the claim that the Earth is getting in the way of the sun and the moon and its illumination has its genesis in a flat Earth because you're using the celestial sphere model to get the angles to give you your geometric assertion of a physical obstruction of the Earth in front of the moon or sun. Those angles are created through geometry using a flat plane.
Like Brenda before, how do you get your circle of equal elevation? Well, from a fucking elevation angle. That requires a flat baseline. How did you get yours?
What she told us. Well, you get it from the flat baseline, the horizontal plane. That's what she told us. It doesn't have to be flat. Where'd you get the baseline? Or from the horizontal plane of reference? Nuts.
Yeah, but when you asked her to show us it, getting it on a ball, she just wanted to explain it and not give us a diagram.
Right.
I would have loved to see that diagram because I could point you to surface level on it.
Yeah, they haven't got one. There is no elevation angle from a curve.
Right, she wouldn't have been able to produce a diagram.
Right. And with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels, both Discords, as we've been in Earth Awakening today. Massive thank you to them for having us. And, of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!